Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. Hope everyone's feeling all right out there. All right. We made it. We're back after a day off here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in here. Just make sure everything is set up here this morning the way it needs to be. Do a quick beard check. All right, guess we're ready. Guess we're back on this track again. Looking for ROSCOE. Thank you, Silver Blink, first in the chat. What's up, Duel Master? What up, Oz? How you doing, OZ? What up, Jita Chan? Good morning. Freaky 015, good to see you today, Jen, not Jen. Good morning, Celestial Ray. Welcome to the show, Duvor Dwarf. Good to see you in here, dude. I got muddy lows this morning. We're in the mud down here this morning. Leia, good morning. Welcome in here. Chiquita, first sub of the day, 46. Dag, ma. Dag. Thank you, Chiquita. How you doing, dude? Gamer Lady in the house. Googly Bear, good morning. Kit Kat Calzone. Welcome in here, Red Museum, Midgelicious, Dazabound, Tater Tot Soup, Best Soup, Tastiest Soup, Yuki B Games. Welcome to the broadcast today, LPK, Dee Marshmelly Melly Mel. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling well. We got Tim Terrific as well. There's a lot of wells. What's up, Mitzi Lee? Shamelessly Creative. Burger Smalls in the building. Titus in the building. Welcome in here, dude. What up, Sweet D? Lucinda the Forest Gnome. Every time I read your name, it makes me think of a song from Super Mario RPG. Moxie, welcome to the broadcast, my dude. Welcome back. Blood Raven, welcome back. Good morning. Tales from the Fandom. Zoldar, welcome back. Good to see you. Scarlet Broad's in the house. Super is in the building. Yo, you got this. Get them gains, Celestial Ray. Get them gains, baby. Happy Snow Joe. Welcome to the show, yo. Good morning. Good morning, Snow Joe. I saw your Discord post about Emily, the outfit Emily gave you at the Desert Festival. Pretty silly stuff. Pretty silly stuff. Good to see you here. Good morning. Welcome to the broadcast. Hope everyone had a good Tuesday. Feels good to be back. We'll be doing a nice little down tempo broadcast today. We'll be hanging out doing some ACNH villager hunting. Pretty excited. Went and got a splash of coffee before the stream started to top off my already made cup. Yo, will you get out of my face, dude? Glitching over here. I'm over here trying to sit in front of my house. You're just staring at me. Yes, I understand we're neighbors, but I don't need to be reminded. Freaking goose. H-Des gritty emote looking. Excuse me. All right, we're okay. Everything's fine. Yo, what up, Kylie Ecstasy? Oh yeah, and we gotta go adjust something here this morning. We gotta go ahead and reset our bingo game. Let's go ahead and do that right now while we're chatting here. All right, we're gonna end game. Fresh bingo today. Fresh bingo today. All right, classic pattern. Villager hunt.
H-Day arrive, H-Day wave, good morning Hylian and chat. Got the hubby home today so he's doing the school run and I get to spend another day with y'all.
Yo, dope. That's what's up. Shout out to the smelly hubbies. Appreciate y'all. Here, let's go ahead and get our free spaces called here. Was a long 200 tickets. It was a long 200 tickets. We had 146 events called. So 146. It wasn't too bad. We had a pretty good amount of winners for 146. I do have to say so. Here we go. Shep and Sherb right next to each other, strangely enough. All right, Tipper. And Vesta. I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, wait. And then Tangy. Tangy's our last free space. All right, cool. All the free spaces have been called. We'll get to that a little bit later. We're not in any rush. We'll chat for a little bit this morning. We'll chat for a little bit. We'll get on over to that. What up, Super Rin? Good morning. Welcome, Ann Manara. Welcome back in here, Ann. Good to see you. Alto Girl in the house. Thank you, Blood Raven, for 38. Tier 3, mind you. That deserves a little bit of love. If you got some loving, put it in the chat, baby. Some HDES hypees. Whatever you want to put in the chat. Put in the chats in the chat. Future Man fans understand. In the chat. Yo, Moon Sprite 28. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good today, Moon Sprite. Appreciate you popping in. Thanks. Thank you very much for tuning into my broadcast today. Yo, Pumpakin, good to see you back, dude. It's wonderful to see you here. Been with me for a long time, man. What's up, dude? What up? Thank you for the biddies, Yuki and Big Fuzz. All right, and then we have to make an adjustment in the Discord as well. So we ended up skipping 201 on accident. So 201 was Kid, the GOAT, and 202 will be whoever decides to show their face. See? Oh, but did I not call Goose? Oh, no, I did. I called it. You were just saying you got the free space. Nice. Cool. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we'll do a fresh game of bingo for the next leg of this hunt. You know, we're hoping that it ends today, but, you know, at this rate, who really knows, man? Who really knows? I told y'all, once you get to 300 tickets, that's when things start to get serious. I never had a hunt that went like over 300-400, but under 1,000. I've never had a hunt in the in-between. And that's the scary space. That's when everything stops making sense. When reality itself starts crumbling around us. So we'll see what happens here, but hopefully... Now, technically, for the record, 300 is under odds, probably. I don't know what the odds are for a horse. I'd have to do all the math, and I don't feel like it. But I know for a bunny rabbit, I think the odds were like 1 out of 6 or 700. So for a horse, it's probably like 1 out of 5, probably. Yo, what's up, 4-Color Diva? Good to see you. What up? Welcome in here. Lazy Stoneheart, good morning. Lady of the Light, welcome back. And Ryan Perpetrator, dude, good to see you, man. Yeah, your card will stay active until we end the game. Even through multiple streams, Tater Tot, whether you leave and come back, it'll stay active for until the game ends. So yeah, you can just always It's very lurker friendly. It's very lurker friendly. What's up, Trips 14? Bless the morning streamers keeping me company. Bless the morning viewers keeping me company. Thanks, dude. Thanks so much. Hope everyone had a good Tuesday. That was a pretty degenerate day here in my world. But I did a bunch of work, out of stream work. I've been trying to catch up for months. Just let myself slowly slip into the beyond. Covered in emails and just out of stream tasks and projects, to-do lists that have grown their own legs and they walk around and taunt me. But you know, we did what we could. Made myself a delicious omelet, dude. So I took some of the chicken because I roasted a whole fryer this weekend. That's right, food talk. Good morning, Goopie. So I took some of the chicken off of the thigh and the wing meat. I had like this extra meat, you know, because all the breast meat went into my chicken salad. But I had all this other meat, so I took it all, I saved it all, and I took it all apart, and I cooked it into a pan. And then I cooked some peppers and onions and garlic, and I put it all aside, still hot and cooked already, pre-cooked. Because I've learned with making omelets, they can't be too heavy during the actual egg cooking process. So I realized that the strategy is to cook the stuff on the side first. And then you just need it to get warm in the omelet. You want your egg base to not stick to the pan or to not be disrupted. So I got a new strategy for big hearty omelets, because I always wondered, how the heck are these restaurants making these omelets that are so full they're bursting at the seams? It's because they're cooking the eggs separately, dude. It's all separate. They just put it together like a sandwich. So that's what I did. And then I found a new technique for flipping omelets when you can't flip it. When it's like, you know when you're making an omelet and it's sticking and you can't flip it? Well, I got a technique. So what I do is I just get it folded. I get into the pan and I just get the egg folded over. All right. But no flip. The flip's not happening. Then I take the lid of the pan and I put the lid on and I quickly flip the whole pan over as fast as possible. And the omelet flips itself into the lid of the pan. Then I just slide it out of the lid of the pan back into the pan on the newly flipped, like revealed side. Boom. Perfectly flipped omelet every time, dude. I got techniques and strategies. When Scuffed Eats returns, I'm going to be schooling y'all again for season 3. And then I just throw it in the oven and I bake it. And I had myself a chicken, pepper, onion omelet yesterday, dude. It was divine. It was better than any restaurant omelet I've ever eaten in my life. But I digress. Here he goes again, talking about food, dude. Listen, I've been watching Iron Chef, and like I'm just in the zone with cooking right now. I love it when you talk about food. It gives you proper Hobbit vibes. Yeah. I just been having so much fun cooking goofy stuff up in the kitchen, dude. I don't know what it is, man. How do you get a bingo card? It's below the stream. It's gonna be in the panels below the stream. Yeah. Just scroll down and you should find the option for bingo stuff. Thank you for the biddies, Lucinda and Blood Raven. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. But yeah, that was it. That was my day off. Omelets, video games, YouTube editing. Watched a couple of videos. I watched The Fifth Element. Why The Fifth Element's actually so good. It's actually such a dope flick. It's cheesy and it doesn't take itself serious, but it's actually super pure and like It's funny, but it's got action. It's such a dude flick. You've heard of like chick flicks.
62
I feel like The
months.
Fifth Element
Oh, wow.
is like a dude
Where did
flick.
the time go? Much love, Mr. Streamer H. Day Love.
And like, it's not that obviously a guy can enjoy chick flicks and obviously a gal can enjoy guy flicks, but like, it's just such a guy flick. It really, like, it's got everything you would want, right? It's got like the whole plot of the story is based around this cute woman. And then like the main character is like, you can like embody, you can put yourself into the main character's shoes. This guy who doesn't really care, but he falls in love with this perfect being and he has to express his love in order to save the world, but he's struggling to say it. It's like such a classic like 90s 2000 dude flick. Like I see my dad in the flick. You know what I mean? Like, oh, struggling to say I love you. Like, shut up. Just say it. And then randomly you got Chris Tucker. Like, what, dude? Like, out of nowhere,
morning,
Chris
all.
Tucker's in it.
Friendliest community on Twitch. Happy I found my way here.
Yo, thank you, Cast the Casual, for 3 months, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Dear Diary, for 62 as well. I'm a big fan of sci-fi, though. I'm a super big fan of sci-fi. So that helps. How are you feeling today? Feeling pretty good. Appreciate you asking. The costumes in that movie are incredible, especially for the time, right? Like, if you're able to actually transport yourself back to when that movie was released, it was some of the best CGI I've ever seen in my life. Like, dude, like the scene, so like, you know the scene when she's climbing out of the building and that train comes down the side of the building? It all looks so real. It's all so realistic. Like you would believe that she's standing on the side of this building in future New York and there's trains running down the side. I was watching this yesterday. I'm like, dude, why was CGI and special effects in like late 90s, mid 2000s, like early to mid 2000s, the best it's ever been? Like, why is it better then than it is now? Like, technology has evolved, but somehow it's also like shitified. Like I swear I was watching The Fifth Element and the whole time I'm like, dude, the effects in this movie are really good. Like, really, really, really well put together. Like, wow. Like I was just thrown away. Like, I forgot what year it was that I was even watching. Like, the attendant uniforms were designed by Jean-Paul Gottler. Is super legit. Studios have gotten cheap. Yeah. Corbin, I got no fire. My hubby surprised me with Grand Bazaar and iced coffee this morning. Aw. Shout out to the smelly hubbies doing it right. Thank you, Dear Diary, again for 62, man. Thank you. Sorry I talked over your sub. Sometimes it be like that. Where did the time go, they said. Much love, Mr. Streamer. Much love, man. Much love. Thank you, Diary. Thank you, Cass, as well. I'm glad you found our little community on the internet. Shamelessly Creative said, I saw something about scrambled eggs and a little bit of baking powder to fluffle them up. So, like, I've never tried that, but I can tell you that a little bit of milk will do a similar vibe. But it's gotta be like buttermilk. Buttermilk is the play.
Good morning, Hylian and folks. Happy midweek. Thank you, Hylian, for your continued fun streams. For all of us, you are appreciated more than you know. Good work. H Day Wave H Day.
Oh, thank you, Dolore, for the tier 236. 3 years. 3 years. 3 years. Thank you, Dolore. Thank you so much. Yeah, sour cream, like, now maybe there's a difference. So we're gonna have to experiment, obviously, on scuffed eats. But I imagine it's similar. The baking powder is probably doing the same thing as like a little bit of buttermilk or a little bit of sour cream. I've even seen a little bit of yogurt. But your goal is to not add stuff that's terribly watery, though, because you don't want to add too much water to the eggs. That's like the one thing. So I wouldn't use like 2% milk. What I do with my scrambled eggs is I do add a little bit of water to the mixture because it helps kind of break up some of the enzymes in the eggs. Like a teeny bit of water. and then I'll usually do buttermilk. But if you don't have buttermilk, I wonder if maybe baking powder is like a cool alternative, right? I 100% can see that working pretty well, actually. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yo, what's up, Oodle Doodle and the Happy Kylie? Good morning. I'm so passionate about it. I can't wait to explore cooking more. Got grilled chicken done and breakfast. Excited for the food journey. Nice, nice. Mayo's supposed to fluff up eggs as well. Yeah, I bet you that works as well. Yeah, the idea is just kind of adding some creaminess without adding too much liquid, even though most of it will cook off anyways, depending on how you're cooking it. So back to the grind for the next 3 days. Yo, what up, Stratocaster? Good to see you, dude. Brielle Basor's in the house. Sammy Dot's in the house. Good morning. Dragon Martinez, good morning. Welcome in. Enjoy that lurk as well. Oh, thanks. I love this mug. Yeah. What's up, Mystical Whim and Adelaide Kate? Good morning as well. Thank you. Thank you, Bird, for popping in. Mills Art Nook. Neanderthal and Dynamic Type. What's up, dudes? All right, let's go. Let's go play some ACNH. Hope you had a relaxing day off. Yeah, it was chill. Thanks for all the support this morning, y'all. Appreciate you. I did a bunch of Pokemon battles in TCG Pocket. I've been using my Pika Rush deck.
Let's go. Hospital appointment yesterday went fine. I'ma be lurking to save my energy.
Yo, get your lurk on. Get your lurk on, Crystal Alpaca. Yeah, I made some tweaks to my Pika Rush deck while I wait for my second Suicune, so I can try Suicune Blastoise. And I'm running Pika Rush, and it's such a fun list of cards, man. It's such a fun list of cards. I've been having a blast playing this. Holy heck, dude, Pikachu's back. It's so much fun playing this. I think I was like I think I did around 8 to 10 matches. I probably won like 60-70% of them. Which is always good. It's always good when you go positive. Makes my deck feel like it's legit. What up, Christine? Good to see you today. Good morning. Hishu, welcome back. Pixie Rose is in the house. Don't be shy to welcome the community on in here. If you got a free hand, don't be shy. You could always just hit him with an exclamation point wave. That's the lazy way. That's the way I do it. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. All right, let's go ahead and update our image and count. All right, we're on ticket number 202 this morning. Oh, that's dope. The moms plays Pokemon Go. Well, what's up, Just Jackie? Good to see you. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. We're gonna be chilling out with some Animal Crossing New Horizons today. Roscoe is the last villager for the island. Yep, and then we can start decorating and moving on with our new island for this year. Had an interview yesterday. It went pretty well. Want to believe it'll work out? Yeah, man. Just know that once the interview's done, it's out of your hands. Right? That's all past you now. Now, future you, just, take whatever results happen. I always like to remind people, I feel like it's nice to be reminded that most of the time, the results are out of your hands. It's like, there could be so many reasons why somebody doesn't want to hire you. I'm pretty sure one time I didn't get hired because I wore a certain shade of pants and the lady didn't like my shade of pants. Think about that for a second. Completely qualified, hardworking Polish boy, looking for work to pay my bills, and you decide not to hire me because I wore the wrong shade of pants. Yep. Fairly certain that's happened to me. You want to know how I know? Because it was the first thing the lady commented on. When I showed up to the interview and I shook her hand, she looked down and said, "Oh, you don't normally wear that color pants to a job interview." And I paused and said, "Oh ho ho," and I tried to turn it into like a lighthearted comment. From there, the whole rest of the interview was a waste of both of our time, because she had already decided as soon as I walked in the front door that I wasn't worthy of her job because of the shade of pants I wore. Yeah, that's how it is, man. You can't even think about it too hard. You just do your best, bring your best to the table, and you just whatever, man. That's it. That's the society. That's how it works. Yo, what's up, Planet Kitties? I see you out here. What color were the pants? I wore jeans because at the time I was too broke to be able to afford slacks or dress pants. All I had was a pair of pretty nice jeans. There was no tears or anything, but that's all I had. That's all I owned. I was broke. What do you want me to do? That's why I'm trying to get a job so I can buy dress pants. It wasn't enough. It was training for other interviews. That's right. There's always a silver lining. See, you already figured it out, Kishu. You already figured it out. That's such a thing with older hiring processes. They used to think way too much into how someone was dressed opposed from their character. Yeah, exactly. And I grew up from that school, that school, right? That's how I grew up. We millennials grew up through that era. We saw the transition. Yo, what's up, Big Doggo? Big Doggo Media. My brother and I came up with a new name so we can create things through Big Dog Media. Big Doggo Media coming in, dude. Big Doggo Media, baby. Woof, woof, my dude. I can't wait to see what you create. Big Doggo's in the building, baby. I love it. Let's freaking go, Big Doggo. What's up, Detective Rach? Welcome to the show. Maybe they were seeing if you did any research on the company and their dress code or whatever. Yeah, maybe, you know. Guess there's always a different way, a different perspective you can think about it, you know. Do. Maybe turn it around and say to their face that you couldn't afford nice pants. They might be embarrassed for calling it out. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like unfortunately, you can't get too aggro at a job interview. That also makes you look bad, right? You can't get aggro. Like if you at all show even the tiniest sign of attitude or sass, they won't hire you because of that. Because at that point, you're a potential liability, right? That's the problem. Like, because I've also had another job. I've worked a lot of jobs, chat. I've also interviewed people. Right. And I had one job interview where I decided to tell the truth. They asked me, what's a story of a time where you had an issue with management? And instead of doing the thing, the truth, instead of doing the right thing, which was by lying and telling them some fake story that they wanted to hear, because that's literally what they want me to do, because we live in a fake world, I decided to tell them the truth. So I told him a story about how one time I had conflicting interest with upper management and how it resolved. I told him, like, you know, it was a bad time. Like, I told the management I didn't like their style of management. I told them that I thought that, you know, this specific thing could be done better. And the resolution of the story I told him was how eventually the it went above management. It went to like the next manager, and they sat us down and we had a meeting and we hashed out our problems with each other, and then we became healthier overall. So like the story I even told was positive. Like, but through the story, I told them about how we ended up going to like their manager and talking because I felt like there was something unfair happening, right? I realized as soon as that interview ended, it was the stupidest thing I ever could have said. Why would you ever tell a story about how you told management that they sucked at their job? Right? But now I worded it very professionally. I'm a good speaker. But I didn't think about it. At the time, I thought I was just being honest. I was like, yeah, I do have this really good story on how I had a conflict with a manager that ended up being positive. And all it took was me speaking my mind, sharing my thoughts, and then us resolving it. But that made me look like the kind of employee that's going to cause them problems. No job. It's like you can't show any signs of like aggro. You have to pretend like you're the perfect employee. If you don't pretend like you're the perfect employee, you're just not going to get hired. Yeah, it's like you have to walk the balance between truth and lying. It's like you have to tell the truth, but you have to do it in a roundabout way. It's like, because you don't want a bold-faced lie, right? Because that can get you in some trouble down the road. So you just have to like tell the truth, but like in a roundabout way. And like, that's how you win job interviews. Like, it's like you got to be like a detective. Yeah, you have to learn how to say things in corporate speak. Yeah. It really helped because when I was a manager and I actually hired people, that's when I really learned how to do interviews, because I got to do it from the other perspective. Once I was the interviewer, I learned how to manhandle every interview. That was the best lessons I could have ever gotten in life. Now I feel like I'm prepared for any job interview ever, because I've been an interviewer before for probably like 20, 30, 40 people in my life. I've probably done maybe pushing 50 interviews. And like, I started really seeing like, okay, this is all a mini game. This is all just a game. It's like you're playing like life's a video game. And job interviews are just a mini game with the main character trying to get, like, that's it. It's like you have to sit there and just press the right buttons and like say the right things to match up with what they want to hear, and you win. My favorite thing to go to a job interview with is, all right, like, this is actually real advice now. All right. The best thing one of the best tips I can give any job interviewee, all right, is always have an answer for the question at the end of the interview. Always have a question cooked. And my favorite is to go to their website and cook a question based off of their company. So like a super easy example is like, hey, so I noticed on your website that you've been established since 1959. I was curious, are the original founders of the company still around? Do they still work within the company, or has this turned into a franchise? And then you can even go even further and say, and I'm also curious, does that mean there's room to move up in this company? Is this a corporate ladder style establishment where I could maybe set my roots here and work here for the next decade? Or is this the kind of place that's going to keep me in one position? Done. You blow their mind. They're like, what? Oh yeah, we work everyone up the ladder. Yup. Like they start drooling, salivating. If you have a good question for that final moment of the interview. Do you have any other questions for us? Boom. drop a bomb on them, and that's all they're going to think about. They're not going to think about the rest of the interview because you're leaving them with the best impression possible. Somebody who is interested enough in the job to ask a question. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and this is kind of sad, I bet you 90% of people have nothing to say at the end of the interview. 90% of people just go, oh, no, everything's fine. So that puts you instantly, that separates you between 90% of people. Instantly, no matter what, even if the question you ask is kind of lighthearted, that automatically just puts you in a different pack. Then from there, you want to try to balance yourself out, right? Like it's so insane how that question is so important. Yeah, if you say no, it sounds like you're not interested, right? I love hitting them with what drives you to work here, what inspires you to come back. Yo, what up, Trickster? Good morning. Anyways, I don't know where that whole conversation came from. I just feel like yapping because I just woke up and I like talking with y'all in the morning. I usually spend my first hour here hanging out. Now, we did have somebody pop over from the YouTube this morning and I didn't get a chance to say good morning to you. So quickly, I just want to say good morning to the YouTube gang. And thank you for popping over here this morning from the YouTube to say good morning to myself and the community as well. Thank you very much, Alligator. It was Alligator who popped over. I hope you're having a good day today, Alligator. And thank you for those of you that are tuned in over at our Lurker zone. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the show. Going to be a nice little lighthearted broadcast today. I actually think I have like a tiny little cold or something. I don't know, but I took some zinc. Just going to chill out today, maybe rest up. Nothing bad though. I don't feel bad, but you can tell, you know. Once you get to a certain age, you can just kind of feel, you're like, oh, okay, something's going on in me. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what it is. It might just go away, you know? Yo, what's up, Cozy Chicky? Good to see you. Yo, Tiff Trilla and Pokemon fan. Good morning, Moody Cat as well. No Story of Seasons off stream. No, I'm saving it for the show. Yeah, no, I haven't been. The only game I've been playing off stream is TCG Pocket in World of Warcraft. And I've been saving. I've thought about it though. I've thought about playing Story of Seasons offline. I've thought about it. But I'm saving it for the show. Saving it for the show, baby. What's up, Ali Bobali? Are you covering the DDV thing, dude? No, I didn't realize it was today. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize that there was a DDV thing today. I knew there was something coming. But no, I'm not gonna watch it or anything. I do want to play some DDV. I said I would play some DDV 2 weeks ago, and I just really never got the chance because we've been having, you have to admit, chat room, there's a lot of games coming out this year. This has been a crazy year for games. So I just haven't been able to keep up, but I might get back to DDV though at some point here within the next couple weeks, and we'll just play for an episode or two and check out the new content that I missed. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see how we feel around noon. What are they doing? They're doing like a showcase, right? And they're going to talk about the future of the game. Is that what's going on today? They'll talk about the future of the game or something like that. Imagine if GTA never got delayed. Dude, this year would have been crazy. Story of Seasons has me in a chokehold. It's so good. It's such a good game, dude. It's such a good game. Here, let me catch up on chat real quick and just see if I missed anything. I might have missed some people rolling in. Yo, good morning, Soul Shepherd and Integrity. But yeah, I mean, we could run a poll in a little bit. We could see, does the community want me to watch it? That's probably a good question, right? Maybe we should just run a poll this morning. Yo, Tristan 849 or 649. How you doing, by the way, Christian? Good to see you, man. Exactly. Why would you ask a question if you don't want an honest answer? It's literally a mini game. Serious, it's literally a mini game. Either way, this conversation started with our friend Kishu. Can we get some HDes blesses in the chat? Kishu, good luck at part 2. Good luck with the interview stuff, man. And thanks for coming and sharing some of your journey with us. And here's what I'll do. I'll throw a log on the bonfire for you, because through those shared experiences, that's what creates the checkpoint that this community can be. Just one of those checkpoints on the internet. We got Pirater Talks. Again, Jackie, good morning. Chell Dog and Great Bambi, Mandy Cat. Legend to Tay. Hope you're feeling good today. We got Moody Cat hitting a lurk. Good morning, Danielle. Welcome to the show, Danielle. Welcome in. Yeah, we can. I'll run a poll in a little bit, or if y'all just want to let me know who's here this morning, maybe we'll check it out if y'all are in the mood to sit down and watch something. Do we know how long it is? Would it maybe be probably 15 minutes, right? It's 12 p.m. ET. Probably like 15 minutes, huh? Derwin the duck. Wilson the duck. Wilson. Derwin's the blue one. To be fair, I knew that. Wilson shows up. Back to work after being off for 10 days of vacation. Whew, Nick, you got this, man. Nick 82, you got this, dude. That's crazy. That's the hardest thing to go back, man. That's the hardest thing. Nice. Oh, also, Soup and Cats, was it you who asked about my emotes? If you actually click on the emote, there's a thing called artist attribution. The word I'm looking for. You can attribute the emote to an artist. And I do that for all of my emotes. So if you actually take the time to just click on it, you could totally see the artist, and it'll take you to their Twitch page. And then hopefully the artist has their Twitter and stuff linked. All right. And most of the artists I've worked with are still taking commissions to this day. So yeah. Oh, you're not dumb. Dude, Soup and Cats. Far from dumb asking a question, even if the solution was simple. Don't sell yourself short like that, all right? Seriously, don't sell yourself short like that. That's okay, man. Questions are how we learn as humans. Sometimes we ask a question before we click on something. You know, it doesn't matter. It's not like that, man. Yeah, that's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I actually have several artists, though. My bulk of my emotes were done by Rosie Poo. And then Wasarity. Wasarity was the one who did my current emotes. The bulk of my emotes. But I've had maybe 5-6 artists over the years. I try to branch out. I try to meet new artists. I try to support the artist scene because I consider myself an artist, and if I'm getting support, I try to send that support out. I try to create a healthy environment here in the content creation space. There's lots of moving parts, and we have to support one another. So I try to support artists because I know artists are supporting creators. Yeah. So I do my best in that department. Yeah, what's up? How you doing today, Mocha? Nandez is in the house. Legend. Good morning. Altanor, good to see you today, Altanor. Welcome in. Yeah, what this DDV thing? What, like 15 minutes of information about the next expansion, huh? Squirtle. I wonder, is there any hints on what they're going to announce? Yo, Card Shark, thank you for 17. Good to see you, bud. Seems like DDV does well for itself. Disney Dreamlight Valley. They're still pumping out expansions every year. Every year, pumping out expansions, microtransactions, etc., etc.
I love that you support so many artists here. Love, thankful for you always.
Egbert has been all up in our business, dude. Freaking Egbert, man. Yo, Christine, thanks for getting those waves in the chat. Thank you. Random 18, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for waving the fam on in, dude. Nice. Mills, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Appreciate that. Egbert shows up here. Now, we did start a fresh game of bingo, so anybody can rejoin and play some bingo for the fresh 200 tickets. Love the Lazy Boys. Do 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 do. All right. Imagine you're a little baby and they named you Egbert. Doing you dirty straight from birth. What's up, Kels? What up, Seaway? Good morning. Is it bad that I'm just glad they're doing different expansions versus creating another game? I feel like the base of DDV is in a good place, that just expanding is fine for that game. I have about 50 hours into it, so I'm a bad judge at that. No, I don't think that's bad. What's up, Jay Kaiser? I think, balancing old versus new is always going to be the challenge for the gaming industry, right? Like, I think if it were up to, if you really pay attention to the gaming industry, if it were up to most developers, they would all just love having a single game for their franchises that they could just keep updating. Because I think for them, that's cheaper. I think for them, that cuts cost drastically. So I think for some companies, this could become a problem because like it's lazy. And instead of us as gamers getting like brand new experiences every 5 years, we get a brand new experience every decade if we're lucky, because they'd rather just update old games, right? So like, I think there is like a negative side, but then there's a positive side where us, the gamers, don't have to buy new games constantly. And instead of buying DDV for $60, you're just spending 20 on a new expansion. And it's like you're getting a brand new game with a bunch of content, but it's all perfectly melded into something that's very familiar, right? Like think about it like with Animal Crossing. How many people still to this day would love if New Horizons got an update right now? We would go nuts. If we got an expansion, dude, people would shell. If they charged $20 for New Horizons DLC again and dropped another DLC, we would all flip our ish. Oh my God, more content for our game. But then there would be some of us who would be like, but damn, does that mean that the new game is taking longer? Does that mean I'm going to have to wait another additional 3 to 5 years for a new game? Some of us we would all probably be happy, but some of us would maybe be left feeling a little hung to dry because they'd be like, man, but I want a new game. I'm kind of done with this game. So it's all like a balance. It's like up to the companies to know when it's time to give us something new versus more of the new content for an old game or just a new game in general. I imagine being a modern day developer sucks because of that. Think about that. Put yourself in their shoes. What's the right decision? If you've been listening to everything I've said for the past couple minutes, you'll quickly identify that there is no right decision. There's sometimes no wrong decision either, right? We just said we would be happy with a new expansion for AC&H. We would be happy with the new game. There's no wrong decision here. But sometimes there's no right decision, and then you can't make everyone happy. And like, I mean, being a game developer nowadays has to be so trying. Like, how do you know what the right thing to do is? I'll give you one more story, then I'll move on. Hades. Anybody here play Hades? Hades was such a good game that the developers, I'll give you another one. Baldur's Gate, even better, even more popular. Baldur's Gate 3. People have made it very clear that they would buy anything that they released for Baldur's Gate 3. They would play anything. They would love tons of more content for Baldur's Gate. But the developers said they're done. They have said, we want to make a new game. We want to go and make new projects. So we're done with this. This is a game that they could just shell out $30 expansion after $30 expansion, and Baldur's Gate 3 fans would go nuts. They would buy one after another. But instead, they opted to say, no, we're done. This is the exact same thing Hades did. Hades said, you know what? We're not going to make any more content. We're done. We're going to make a new game. For some people, that was sad. People were actually clamoring. They were like, please, Hades devs, give us a DLC. We'll support you. And the developer said, no. We're going to make a new game. We're not about that life. So again, it's like you're simultaneously like not giving the people what they want, but then you end up just giving them a new game and kind of giving them what they want. But the new game is usually a higher entry fee. And that's the problem, right? It's like a new Mario game costs $60, but a DLC for Mario might only cost $20. So for Nintendo, for example, Nintendo really loves selling full games, like new games. I think Nintendo has made it really clear that they love just selling full new games. They don't like selling little expansions. Outside of Pokemon type stuff, they really like selling full new games because they know they can squeeze another $60 out of you, 70, 80 bucks. So it's like, it's weird. It's just, again, it's like there's good and there's bad. There's positive on both sides. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, there's so many different types of gamers. Some of us would rather buy a DLC for New Horizons for $20 because that's better within our budget. But then some of us are sick of New Horizons and we would like a new $60 game. But then those people who want the DLC, maybe they can't afford a Switch 2. Think about that. Like right now we're in this era where the next Animal Crossing game is going to be for the Switch 2. And if you don't have a Switch 2, you're going to have to buy a Switch 2 to play it. Meanwhile, if they were to just drop an expansion for New Horizons, everybody would get to enjoy it. So it's like, as much as I want a new game, I identify that a new game is tough because a lot of people aren't ready to buy a Switch 2. You know, so it's like, it's just like we could talk about this for hours, right? Because it goes both ways. There's a positive and negative on both sides, right? It's real fun. But yeah, I just wanted to tell those last stories to just show a couple more examples of like companies who make that tough decision, right? They make that tough decision. They put their foot down and they say, no, I'm not going to make DLC. I'm not going to take the maybe easy road. I'm going to go the hard road. I'm going to make a brand new video game. I feel like that's scary, man. Game developers who have that kind of integrity are far and in between. Like that takes a lot of integrity to say, screw you. Technically, Hades 2 is a DLC. Oh, not even close. No, that's wrong. Just for the record, Hades 2 is a brand new game and it plays completely different than Hades 1. Oh yeah, if your interpretation of Hades 2 is that it's a DLC, you are very wrong. Hades 2 doesn't play anything like Hades 1. The weapons are so different. I'm going to tell you right now, Anne, it's so different that I can't go back and forth between the games. Like if I'm playing Hades 2, I don't want to go back to Hades 1 because it's so different. It's going to mess up my Hades 2 gameplay. And if I'm playing Hades 2, it's going to mess up my Hades 1 gameplay because they're such different games and you play them so differently that I am not willing to cross-pollinate and I can only play one at a time. That is how different the games are. So yeah, no. Hades 2 is a full feature presentation, brand new game. It's not released yet, but like, yeah, no, it's very, very different. Can Bungie do that with Destiny? Bungie should have started fresh with Destiny a long time ago. Bungie's an example of a company that is doing it wrong. Wow, Quilson again? What? Yeah, no, the funny part about Bungie is that Bungie should have started fresh a long time ago. Bungie's an example of a company that is actually doing it wrong. While they're sitting there and milking the game Destiny 2 dry for over a decade, they really have needed a hard reset a long time ago. And instead, they were so focused on milking Destiny 2 that now they've kind of missed their chance. Like now it feels like we're never going to see a Destiny 3. And like that sucks, right? That sucks. I think Destiny 2 should have been done a while ago. They just went so far down the rabbit hole and they never came back out. I like when a developer listens to their audience to a point, but I appreciate when they know what's best for their game and refuse to bend. Yeah. I haven't seen anything at Hades 2, so I assume the stories were similar. Yeah, no, everything's very different, and that's okay. Super safe assumption to make. I'm super happy to clue you in on it being different. I just love these types of talks. So, good morning, Bookie Proud Mamba, by the way, and welcome in Quelf. Yeah, fresh bingo today. Fresh bingo. Good morning. Welcome in here, Ham Labs and Ashley. You've been watching the Hollow Knight playthrough? Nice, dude. Hey, Hollow Knight is on YouTube for those that want to watch some Hollow Knight while they're getting prepared for Silk Song. Or maybe you want to watch Hollow Knight while you're playing Silk Song so that you don't get spoilers. Check out the YouTube, check out the playlist tab. Hollow Knight, the whole experience is there. Even my little review about the game. Don't be shy. Good to see you, Ashley. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, I missed one message here from Mills. It says, I love this conversation. It's so confusing because I would love more ACNH content, but at the same time, I feel like maybe that's lazy. So definitely, but it's definitely not. It's a lot of work too. It's just we have expectations now of a new game. I don't know. This is really interesting, right? It's like, what's the right decision for a developer to do? There is no right decision. But I will say I think that usually there's a wrong decision. But sometimes there's no wrong decision either. But sometimes I think there is. Like, again, Destiny 2, I think they slowly started teetering towards a wrong decision. Maybe at first it was dope. But now it's like, okay, maybe this isn't working out for them. Maybe they should have moved on, right? Oh, we forgot to call Admiral. We got 2 there for you. Right, it's tough. It's so tough, man. Again, I'll say it one more time. I would hate to be a modern day game developer because the expectations put on you to make those decisions is really, really, really tough. Right, so I didn't bring up Stardew Valley yet, but Stardew, we just talked about that yesterday. Right, like, so like, for example, as soon as Stardew got announced, there was a huge portion of people who were like, yes, more Stardew content, let's go. And then there was a good handful of people who were like, yay, but I really want Haunted Chocolatier. Yay, but where's Haunted Chocolatier? And again, it's the same conversation. Yeah, him updating Stardew could never be a bad decision, but him delaying Haunted Chocolatier could be sad. And him working as hard as he can on Haunted Chocolatier could never be a bad decision, but him delaying Stardew content for that could be bad. There's a whole audience of people who might not even know what Haunted Chocolatier is, and they want more Stardew content, right? So it's like, oh man, being a modern developer is just scary, dude. Like, how do you decide? What do you do, right? You try to do it all and hope that you don't drop the ball and hope that you don't fumble, right? Yo, what's up, March? Thank you for the good luck, man. Thank you so much. Did you ever play Ori and the Blind Forest? No, I've been interested. I grew up playing platformers. I've always been interested in Ori. I've heard really good things about Ori, but I've never played them. Look what they did to Overwatch and Overwatch 2. See, exactly. That's an example where they made a new game and it was the worst decision ever. Absolute fumble. Boom. What a beautiful famed guardian. To bring that up in this conversation is like chef's kiss. That is the perfect example of a new game being a fumble, when they should have just kept updating Overwatch 1 and everyone would have been happier. Exactly. Like, that's insanely accurate. Like, that is the perfect example where a new game was a bad call and the old game was actually fine, and they could have wrote it out for another decade. Super weird, right? Like, oh, what a good comment. Now, obviously, we're not trying to yuck yum. Just for the record, this doesn't mean that Overwatch 2 is not good or can't be enjoyed. I always like to make sure I say that stuff because I don't want people to think we're yucking yum here. We're just having a fun conversation. If you still enjoy Destiny 2 or you still enjoy some of these games, that's cool. Like, that's not at all the topic of the conversation. And a lot of my commentary is usually coming from the masses. Like, for the record, like, I have a pretty good my finger's on the pulse of the gaming industry. And a lot of our commentary here will be talking about the masses, like the general gaming audience. And it's easier to talk in terms of generalization than it is specifics because there's so many specifics. So like, just for the record, like, obviously you can still enjoy these games, you know? True again. I suppose then Concerned Ape knows what's right for their games. I hope so. I'm excited for both the update and the new game. I don't mind waiting. Yeah, I think Concerned Ape knows exactly what he's doing. And I agree with Anne. I wish that Haunted Chocolatier never was released. Listen, I feel this way across the board. I never want to know about a game before it's released unless it's 6 months minimum or maximum. Don't tell me about a game unless it's only 6 months out from release. Mic drop. I don't want to know about it. Yo, Sith Angel, thank you for lurking. Good morning, Sith. Good morning, King of Arcadia. Tina the accountant. I don't want to know about games. I don't want to know about games too soon. Stop. It's funny because, like, it's really exciting when you watch a game event and they're like, new Zelda in 6 years. You're like, whoa, new Zelda. And then you wait 6 years. I hate it. I can't stand it, dude. Like, no, man, don't do this to us, man. Don't do this to us. I don't want to know about it, man. Even if a year's fine. I'll say 6 months to a year is acceptable, but I prefer 6 months or less. That's right. Yo, what's up, Pine Crossing? Good morning. Yeah, I agree with that, Famed Guardian. I agree with that a lot. I think that content going away and stuff is pretty tragic. Yeah, I agree. I just saw, good morning, Beach Street. I just saw the Blue Bomber on a tech video. Didn't it have 3 temp dials on front? Yeah, it did. You're talking about my old computer. Yeah. I thought you were talking about actually Mega Man for a second. Super surprised at how much time I've put into Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I've been playing it pretty casually. I checked my stats over 100 hours. Oh, wow. The game has that potential, though, so it makes sense, right? There's so much going on in Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That game is a lifer game. That's the kind of game that you could just play forever and never stop playing. Speaking of games that, never end in this new era of gaming, that's one of them. That's the kind of game that, like, they'll probably be updating Hello Kitty Island Adventure for the next decade. I'm gonna call it. That game will be updated for the next decade. Watch. In 10 years from now, in 2035, we're going to be talking about the next Hello Kitty Island Adventure update. I'm like partially joking. 5 years for sure. Maybe a decade's a lot. It's going to be hard to say what's happening in the next decade when it comes to gaming, but I'm telling you, that game's never going to stop getting updated. It's just too easy for him. I wouldn't be mad. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't. Yeah. And that's what started the whole conversation this morning. because we were talking about how Disney Dreamlight Valley has a really solid base game and how it's nice that they keep updating it because we don't really need a new game. DDV kind of is good enough that like they can just keep updating it and keep adding expansions and content, and it's great. And how like we could ride this out with DDV for the next decade. And it's like, yeah. Same goes for Island Adventure. Same goes for Hello Kitty. Oh, that sucks, Vanessa. The drift stuff is terrible, dude. Do you oh, because you're on a Switch Lite, so you can't do anything about it. Yeah, you have to send it in to get fixed or something. I have an odd question. I want to know if modding my 3DS is a good idea or a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. I think so. Now, sometimes you can run into like tech issues and stuff, but I think modding your 3DS is a good idea. It's really easy to do, and you shouldn't run into many issues, and you don't have to update it so often. And nowadays you can actually update it without taking the SD card back out again, because like they have technology, like there's a downloader in the homebrew software where you can download updates for the software within your 3DS. See, it wasn't like this in the past. Back in the day, we had, if you wanted to download an update for your modded 3DS, you would have to take out the SD card, put it in the computer, get the update, take it to the 3DS. Nowadays, it's so easy. You can literally just download the updates in the 3DS. So once it's all modded and set up, you're good forever. It's really nice. I don't even take advantage of my modded 3DS that much, but I can tell you that it's worth it if you're somebody who does play their 3DS a lot. And then the only thing I can tell you to watch out for is, I will tell you, it did change how my 3DS functions. Like every once in a while, my 3DS will like black screen, like not in the middle of playing. Like sometimes like it won't turn on, or it'll take way longer than it should to turn on. And that's because it's modded and it's running some funky stuff. So I will just share my experience, not to scare you, but just to let you know, like, it could change stuff. Like if you really, really care about the 3DS that you're modding, like maybe it's some kind of a special edition or it has memories, you know, it's almost like it is a little scary. It is a little scary. Like you're technically tampering with this stuff, and tampering sometimes goes bad. So I do just like to plug that out there because, you know. So this weekend I started back on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I had 45 hours into it. I had no idea what I was doing. Then I spent 9 hours watching cutscenes of the game on YouTube up to the points where I was at, so I didn't have to start over. Dude, nice. What? Dude, that's such a dope play. Dude, Stratocaster, man. 9 hours of cutscenes. Dude, you're not making me want to play Final Fantasy anymore than I like. Listen, I don't have a problem with cutscenes. I love Metal Gear, and that should say enough. But that's a lot. I've actually sat down and watched Metal Gear cutscenes on YouTube. Exactly, Zarlo, exactly. Yo, thank you, Cozy Assassin, for 14 months, dude. Thank you, Cozy Assassin, for 14, dude. Good to see you, man. Rita is perfect. Yeah, she's cute. She's cute. What's up, Zane? Can you run Nuzlocke on a modded 3DS? You could do anything, yeah. What's the cheapest 8-bit do that works with the Switch? I don't know. Honestly, you could probably get a good 8-bit do for the Switch for like $30. But the one that I use is it's called the the Pro Ultimate. It's called, here's the model I use. It's called the 8-bit Do Ultimate. That's it, 8-bit Do Ultimate. And it's made for the Switch. It even has the Switch button layout. But it also works on PC. It originally cost me $60, but I think it's down to 40 nowadays. And you can send me a message if you need me to send you a link to the exact model, because it is confusing. Send me a message if you need a link to the exact model. I'll dig it up from my Amazon history, order history for you, so you know exactly which one. Also, thanks for the B song. Yeah, we like that. What's up, Tagged? Good morning. Good to see you in here today, Tagged. I hope you're feeling okay. Appreciate you. What's up, Rose Watch? How you doing today, Rose? Welcome back. After time traveling 2 years in ACNH, I finally got the storefront and Marshall from the campsite. Torture. Congratulations, Rose. I'm glad you reached your goals. And it's good to see you here today. Good morning, Rose. And welcome in here. Good morning, Vanessa Elizabeth as well. And Patry Payton. Good to see you in here, Patry Payton. How you feeling today, dude? Never got into Disney Dreamlight Valley because I got the feeling the microtransactions were necessary if you actually want to play the game. Is that accurate? No, not quite actually. So the microtransactions in Disney Dreamlight Valley are completely cosmetic, and they're only necessary if you are somebody like me who absolutely requires to be able to be carrying around a lightsaber. That's the only necessity. If you absolutely require R2-D2 as your companion, like me, then yeah, the microtransactions become necessary. Right? But like they're actually just all purely cosmetic. There's actually not a single microtransaction outside of 2 that have quests. And the 2 have quests, and those quests lead to special versions of characters. But there's actually not a ton of content locked behind them. Yeah. What's up, Island Melt Vibes? Exactly, Titch. I'd love a link. Yeah, send me a message to remind me, and I'll send you the link later today, maybe. How are you and everyone? How are we, chat? I'm doing all right today. We started new bingo. Yes, bingo has been refreshed. Fresh bingo, 200 tickets. We did 200 tickets of bingo round 1, and we'll do bingo for the next 200 tickies as well. Maybe more. I don't know. We'll see. What you could do, Vanessa Elizabeth, is you could get a stand for your Switch Lite. Put it on the stand, put it on a little table right in front of you, and then use a Pro Controller or a separate pair of Joy-Cons to play it. Ooh, let me turn down this music, sorry. Have you ever considered doing that with your Switch Lite? I know the screen's not that big, but if you got yourself like a setup where you could put the stand right in front of you, and then you could just use a regular like Pro Controller. I don't know. I know that's not quite the vibe. The only content you'd be missing out on DDV behind a paywall is the DLCs. Right. Right. They do release yearly DLCs. Oh, Octavian. I'm annoyed because we have construction going on at work and it's super loud. Dude, I'm worried because there's construction happening around me, and I think it's gonna eventually come to my like outside of my house, and I'm not, dude, if I have to deal with construction trucks and stuff outside of my house for like a month, I'm gonna be very sad. I hope that's not what's going on. It's weird because like they went the whole street to the left of me under construction, then the whole street to the right of me under construction. It's like they weirdly skipped my street. And I don't know if it's because they're gonna do us last or if they're not gonna do us at all. And I'm not sure, but I'm like, please, God, please, because you should see the other streets. Their whole front yard taken over because they're replacing a bunch of pipes. So sidewalks ripped out of the ground, their whole front yard taken over. Beep, beep, beep. Noises all day long, big trucks. And I'm just like, please, please, no, don't bring it here, man. Please. I hope it doesn't come. Oh, nice. I forgot to go look at my own card. Join game. 67 players are playing. Let me go ahead and get my bingo card here. It's taken a long time for me to get my bingo card. What's going on here? Okay, we're in. I got Zucker in a free space. All right, it's something. If you see markings on the ground, they're coming. There's no markings on the ground. Maybe they did skip us. Maybe they already took care of this street in the past before I moved in. Yes. I agree. Sith Angel, yeah. Sith Angel says, just for March and for anybody else, they say that they're playing DDV right now, and they release more free content than they do paid content. So the game feels worth it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, happy early birthday. 12th, your birthday's coming up. Yeah, happy early birthday, dude. Oh, in October. We could turn on this music a little bit more. Yeah. DDV is a weird game for sure. It's good overall, but I have a weird relationship with DDV because I think it's a pretty well put together game. At the end of the day, the game's bones are actually pretty good. The concepts behind the game, Antonio. The concepts behind the game are actually pretty good. I really wish they would have stuck to the time-gated stuff. That's my only wish for that game. If I had one thing to complain about, which I don't complain often, just too tired to be complaining, it's that I wish they would have stuck to the game's original time-gated stuff. I wish that everything was the same exact way it was on release, where like villagers actually slept at certain times of the day, that some of the creatures were harder to come by. Obviously, like that stuff only matters so much, but I really do think that was really cool. Otherwise, the bones of the game is honestly really good. It's a solid life simulation game. It gives you similar vibes to AC. You log in once a day, you play a little bit, you turn it off. Or unlike Animal Crossing, you can log in and play for hours and hours because there's always quests, there's always new content, there's always something to do. So if you're the kind of person that likes playing just like one game at a time, similar to that Hello Kitty game we were talking about earlier, you could pick up Disney Dreamlight and you could play it forever. It's a forever game for some people.
16 sit less than an unlucky wolf month. 13 months of amazing Hylian chill streams. Beard brother.
Yo, Beard brother, Wolf Dad Duke coming in with the 13 months, baby. We love to see that, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Some love in the chat. Gotta support the supporters. If you got a free hand, don't be shy to share your favorite love emote. Hype emotes are welcome as well. Good to see you here. Good morning again, Sonar. Quelth, welcome in here. Birch B. Witch. Good to see you, Aelith Zana. DJ Weed Pizza. Kellyanni. The Bomb Like. Welcome to the show, Bomb Like, as well. Hope you're taking care of yourself, doing the best we can, dude. Thank you for the support. An unlucky wolf month, 13 months. Popping in before I head to sleep, been standing for 8 hours and my body's angy. So you're my sleepy time stream. Today's a good stream for that. We're a pretty down tempo broadcast today. Pretty down tempo overall. Rolf. Can't believe it's Wednesday already. I feel the same way because I took yesterday off, so yesterday disappeared. And here I am. It's Wednesday. It doesn't feel like it. Yo, what up, Gil? Thanks for the work lurk. I made homemade pumpkin creamer. Ooh, homemade creamer for coffee? I never thought of that. That sounds great. Rolf was one of my first villagers in ACCF. I have some history with Rolf myself. Animal Crossing GameCube. I think a little city full. Oh, I turned off Spotify this morning. Oops.
HDESS Mug 1 HDESS Mug 2.
Let's get Spotify reloaded. Yo, what up, baby? Yo, HD Smug 1 and 2, baby. Cushy Bear. Getting smug in the chat. We love that, homie. Come get smug, dude. Come get smug up in here. I love it. I love it. Smug emotes welcome. We have an old school smug emote as well, but I don't have it plugged into Twitch right now. It was one of my first emotes. It was Smug Hans the Yeti from Animal Crossing. All right, dope. On to the next ticket, baby. I feel that caffeinated spirit. I feel that. Good morning, Quacka. That's my actual first emote. HDES hug. The first one, it was actually made by a community member, and then they just made it for fun, and then I paid them for it. And then right after, HDES Love 2. This was back in the day before I knew what I was doing. And before streaming and like emotes and stuff was like super popular or anything. And I spent $50 on this single emote right here. HDES Love 2. And like, to be fair, what an artist charges is their own person. Like, art is subjective. So what an artist charges is their business. But because there's so many artists making emotes nowadays, emotes have actually gone down in price than it used to be. You would think it would be the other way around because supply demand, but like, just because the demand has gone up, the supply has gone up even more. So now emotes are usually priced anywhere for a static emote, like one that's not animated. $20 to $30 is like the sweet spot. And then you can go and buy, so $20 to $30 for a custom emote for just you. Also, even signing a contract saying that they won't give it to anybody else. Like, you have exclusive rights. Usually around $20-30. Whereas like, you could easily go on like Fiverr and spend $5 on a pack of emotes that multiple people will purchase. So where in that scenario, you maybe lose exclusivity, but you make up for it by just getting like 10 emotes for $5. So there's lots of different ways to go about it nowadays, but I spent $50 on Love 2. And I'm going to be honest, it was worth it because we still have it to this day. I'm going to be, it was where I would pay it again. I would spend 50 again. Easy peasy. Yo, what's up, Rachel? Good morning. Spork the pig shows up. Bobby Girl, welcome to the show today. 216 here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What's up, Dragon Tamer Mom? Good to see you as well. All right, on to the next ticket here. The hunt continues. What's up, Taco? Good to see you. It's Taco, formerly known as Angry Taco, formerly known as Auntie, still formerly and still known as Auntie. Mama Taco, aka no, I didn't call Spork. I was distracted. Thank you. Thank you for saying something. I wrote him down in the Discord, but I forgot to call him. Spork. Yo, buy the brick book with the 13, dude.
By the 6 Caroline Rave, by the 6 Cheryl Rave.
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for 13. Hope you're feeling good today. What's up, Kuma Zoku? And this is Bianca, eh? Bianca's cute. Bianca's eye. Thanks for helping me through my morning work life. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking with us. Hope you're all doing great. Doing pretty well. Thank you. Stream bounty isn't showing up, so it's below the chat now, Nix. We had to change it up because people were having problems. Yeah, it's a little bit below the chat. I need Tybalt on my card, and we're getting all these leopard, I guess, or leopard villagers. Yeah, leopard. I guess they are all kind of leopard villagers, right? Snow leopard, regular leopard. Yeah, kinda. You're right about that. Strange. I guess I never thought about that. Yeah, no problem, Nix. No problem. Yeah, we had to change it up because it was causing like blackouts on my stream. Yeah. There's an N64 on Facebook Market for $250. It has Golden Zelda cartridge, Smash Bros, Mario 64, another Zelda, Donkey Kong, and 3 games I don't recognize. Honestly, that sounds kind of worth it. So the 64 itself isn't worth anything at all. So first off, just keep that in mind. Nintendo 64 is worth like nothing. Like it's like you shouldn't be spending more than $30 to $50 for the system itself. Usually the system comes with one controller and cords, right? And if somebody wants to jump in and share their experience with buying a 64 in America, I'd appreciate it. All right. Otherwise, as far as the games go, it sounds like none of them have boxes. I can tell you, just to give you a rough idea, I bought Mario 64 for $35 with no box just the other day from GameStop. I bought Pokemon Stadium for $35 by itself, as well as Diddy Kong Racing for $35. All 3 of them for $35. I think one was marked for $39.99. So just those 3 games were $100 technically. And that was a pretty fair price. Like I know for a fact that I got a pretty fair deal. Around $30 for some classics, all right? Maybe around $30 like for some of those games without a box, right?
I wanted to save this for next month, but I want to let you know thank you for being you and pursuing your dreams. Keep flourishing, friend H. Desolute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. What the heck, man? Yo, what the heck, dude? I appreciate you. Thank you for being you. And thanks for supporting my dream. I wouldn't be here. I'm forever indebted in this community. And I wouldn't be here without my supporters. And, you know, if you're here for the first time, if this is your first month here, it goes without saying you're obviously appreciated. But I don't think that that means that I can't say this. Thank you so much to my long-term supporters as well. There's a lot of people that have stuck with me over these years, and the way I see it is if you stuck with me for this long, through thick and thin, you know, I gotta be doing something right. And it's really reassuring, and it's really appreciated to have so many people still hanging out all these years later. So whether you're here for the first time today or whether you've been here for literally the whole freaking race, yo, thank you. Thank you for 59 tagged, and I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Samler, for 19. Appreciate that, dude. How you doing, Samler? Welcome back. Nice. Not sure about buying, but as a seller, I can tell you the average price of an N64 is between 60 and 80. About 30 for the expansion pack would be added. Okay, thank you, Titus. Yeah, I could be a little bit out of touch with the 64. Yeah, I was thinking about 30 to 50 bucks for a 64 by itself. So I could see you paying 60 though, depending on the condition. Expansion pack, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd say here, and I can give you even more insight as well, Taco. Pokemon Stadium 2 was marked up, was around $70 at GameStop. Pokemon Stadium 1 was about $35, $40. So there are some games without a box that are going to be pushing $80 to $100, but there are some that are only around 30 to 50. So that should give you a rough idea if it's worth it. I can tell you right now, though, the games you listed off were all bangers. Were all very sought after games. So. It's my first day. Get out of here, homie. Get out of here. Yeah, we new bingo today. Sammy Joe, thanks for understanding. New bingo today. We're gonna keep it 100 and refresh bingo. We had 150 events called out of 407 for the last bingo game. I decided to reset bingo to give people a chance to play again since a bunch of people had won. We had over 20 winners, but also just to get people fresh cards because not everyone has bits to buy new cards. So just to kind of just refresh, you know, it's fun. It's fun. We're just here to have fun. Also, if you won bingo, I've been trying to reach out to the winners of bingo to give them free games. Not everyone's been replying, which is okay. I was gonna let the winners pick the game, but because people aren't replying as fast as I had thought they might, which is honestly my fault because I delayed it, so it's okay. No worries. I think I'm just gonna start giving games out. All right. So if you won bingo, I'm just gonna throw a game to you and hope that you like it, like I usually do. I usually don't let people pick free games. I'm just gonna start giving games out because like it's easier that way. Because like I'm like waiting for replies before I can go to the next person, and I'm like, you know what? We're just gonna give games. So if you haven't gotten a game yet for the last bingo session, don't worry. I'll take care of you here probably today or tomorrow, and we'll get it. We'll move along. We'll move it along. You were one away? Oh, dang, dude. Sorry, homie. Yeah, sorry, dude. You were close. All right, Monty. Monty comes through. Do, 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 do. One time I went to this charity yard sale with a bunch of kids selling stuff clearly hadn't gone through. I got an N64, 3 controllers, Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark, Tony Hawk, and Mario for $20. Shut up, dude. Literally shut up. Get out of here. Get out of my chat. That's the dream. That is the literal dream, dude. That's insane, man. Yo, what's up, Keisha? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Planet Kitties mentioned the auctions. The auctions are honestly the play. A lot of times on eBay, you can get really good deals if you're willing to spend a lot of money. Where you can get like a big bulk auction of something for cheaper, right? So like if you're willing to spend like $200-300, for example, you could get a posting. You could find a posting for like $300 that has 50 games, 4 controllers, the console, everything. Like a lot of times, if you're able to spend more money, sometimes you can get like really good deals on eBay and stuff. Well, they call them lots, right? Don't they call them lots? Like just a big gaming lot. And sure, like sometimes the lots will be a little scammy. Like my buddy bought one for Super Nintendo or for Sega, I think. And like 75% of the games were sports games. But like they didn't get scammed. Like they knew that. But the other 25% were like $10 minimum games, pushing $30, $40, $50. And they got this Sega Genesis lot for like $150. And like the 25% of games paid like if they were to go sell those, it would pay for the whole thing. Let alone they got the system, they got a bunch of extra stuff. So sometimes you can find lots and stuff as well. I've never bought one myself, but I've always been interested. I know that's how one of my buddies started their business. They started a game store by purchasing a gaming lot off of eBay. They purchased a game lot off of eBay for like $1,000, and then they opened up a gaming store and they started there. It's pretty cool. Hey, Chaos Queen, you made it. Good to see you today. Welcome in. Feisty's in the house as well. Good morning. All right, Shari P hands. Ew, sports games. Ew, sports games. Ew. I'm channeling my inner Garth. Ew, ribbed for her pleasure. Ew. I love Wayne's World so much, man. It's such a funny movie, dude. That movie is a literal classic. Mike Myers is one of God's gifts. Hopefully nothing ever happens to tarnish dude's name too heavily. Like, I'll reword it just in case the usual happens with stars. I'll reword it. The work that Mike Myers has put into the film industry is one of society's gifts, is one of the gifts that we've been blessed with, right? Like the work he's put into the film industry is so good, dude. He's so good at what he does, man. You have both on DVD. All right, nice. We made it to ticket 220 here. Let's go ahead and bust open some predictions, shall we? Something casual here. Will we see a horse villager and 10 tickets? Yay or nay? Any horse villager, not just ROSCOE. Will we see a horse villager in the next 10 tickets here? We'll do a degenerate bet. Cat in the Hat live action? Wait, what is that? I've never seen that. What's up, Kim? Is that something did Mike Myers do that? Are you saying that exists? Oh, Mike Myers did that? Really? I didn't know that. Is that a comment on one of the things he did that sucked? Or is it good? Or it's a must watch? I've never watched it before. I've never seen that. It's good. I would show up for a movie night. Should we do the live action Cat in the Hat for a movie night? It's a cinematic masterpiece, dude. I've never seen it, dude. What the heck? There's a lot of adult quirk. I mean, I love Cat in the Hat. I'm a huge Dr. Seuss fan. By huge, I mean I grew up on Dr. Seuss. I was a big fan growing up. I don't really know much about Dr. Seuss or anything, but I can tell you right now that I love the Dr. Seuss books. It's probably the reason why I'm so into hip hop and in the art of rhyming and stuff. Like that was like poetry. Like that was like the start of my journey through poetry. From there, it was where the sidewalk ends. What's his name? Silverman or something? For me, it was Dr. Seuss to where the sidewalk ends. Silverstein. Yeah, those two things built me as a poet. From there, I found other interest in poetry, but that was what really started my whole journey with writing and poetry, and those books kind of built me up. And then classics like Pablo Neruda. I know I butchered that name. And then like the actual American classics and like literature, just classics in general, because I don't know if they're American, but you know, stuff like Poe, like Edgar Allan Poe and stuff. And I got into that stuff, but that wasn't until high school. All right, here. Next 10 tickets. Let's see if we get a horse. Spike Milligan? I think I remember that name. I think so. Turn off this AC for a little bit. It's getting chilly in here, man. Billy Collins? Yeah. I'm hip. Big Mad If It's a Horse ripoff. I went to Poe's house in Philly last time. I went out there. He wrote The Black Cat and a few other books. Boy, oh boy, was the house as dark and macabre as you would expect. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yo, Testonomics. I got distracted by the Cat in the Hat and I didn't vote. It's a me, Alfonso. It's a me, Alfonso. Alfonso's cool. 1 out of 10. Here we go. May the villager gods bless you with ROSCOE today. I hope, man. Hope today's the day. Hope everyone had a good Tuesday. I did take yesterday off. We got a lot of work done on the YouTube. I'm going to keep doing my best to work on that. But we made some updates to Tears of the Kingdom. We also made some updates to Tears of the Kingdom. Also, Grand Bazaar Episode 4 released. I also released all of Donkey Kong recently. I also made some updates to the content archives in the Discord. It's just a place where you can easily access my content. It's called the Content Archives. You'll find it in the top of the Discord. All sorts of stuff. I got, if Mick Britches is lurking out there today, we got Coral Island Episode 1 edited and ready to go. I'll be releasing it here probably later tonight. I still need to upload it to YouTube. So we'll start releasing Coral Island as well. And then I think I'm going to start releasing the original Fields of Mystria playthrough that we did way back in last September. I'm going to release that first. Before I release the modern Fields of Mystria playthrough that we just did, I think we should release the old one first. So I'm going to go ahead and just dump the old one. No notifications or anything. Just get it out there. And then we'll release the modern one after. Tammy comes to say hello. No horse here. All right, ticket number 222. Here we go. So that is all to say, if you haven't already checked out the YouTube, make sure you do, because we got a lot of content for y'all to enjoy over there. And as we said earlier, perfect time for you to pick up the Hollow Knight playthrough if you're looking for a companion. I know people have mentioned they want me to play Silksong. I think I will be holding off on Silksong for a future date. And this week, we're just going to be focusing on stuff that we've already been enjoying, which is to say Grand Bazaar and the new Kirby. And then some, I want to finish up Chibi Robo this week and maybe Hyrule Warriors. That's my goal. If I could finish up Hyrule Warriors and Chibi Robo this week, start Kirby and continue Grand Bazaar, I would feel really good going into next week. That's our goal this week. We'll see if we can make it happen. That's our goal. That's our goal. Because then we could start a new Zelda journey afterwards to go alongside with our Tears of the Kingdom storyteller vibes that we've been doing. We really should go back and finish Oracle of Ages. You know, I didn't finish Oracle of Ages because I got sad because I think I lost an episode that I didn't highlight. And I think it was the whole water temple. I think I lost an episode, and I'm so freaking sad that I might have lost a whole episode of content. And the water temple is so good in that game. It almost makes me want to play the whole game again. That is how sad that we're missing a whole dungeon of content. Now, I could just release the videos on YouTube and we could just forget about the fact that I lost the water temple episode. But I would hate that so, it would feel so incomplete. So that's the real reason why I never went back to Oracle of Ages since then. I lost heart because I think I lost an episode and I feel really bad. So, but we should just go back and finish it, huh? And we could play Seasons. Queenie? Rumor has it there's a direct coming on the 12th. Yes, that is a rumor. I posted in the Discord. So we can talk about Rumor Mill. You all ready for Rumor Mills with Hylian Descent? All right, let's go ahead and lock in with some Rumor Mill stuff here, all right? And the only way that we could do this is if we jump over here real quick. All right, we go over here, we do jump over here. We turn down this just a little bit, right? Turn this down, and then we grab this real quick. All right, and now it's time for another Nintendo Minute with your host today, Hylian Descent. Hylian, let them know what they won. All right, you won one trip to absolute lunacy because we're talking about Nintendo Direct predictions again. It's a one-stop shop that'll send you straight to the loony bin. All right, so this guy named Switch Force, which you might know him, you might not, said that he had a source that predicted September 12th for a direct. Here's a couple things with this prediction that's a little goofy. This was supposedly a leak, not a rumor, but we should be taking everything at this point as a rumor, and we shouldn't listen to anything that they say, leak or not. The difference is a leak is usually backed by a credible source, whether named or not. A rumor is just a rumor. We really need to start making known the difference between these. I'm going to call this a rumor because I don't trust Switch Force. So Switch Force says September 12th. Now, why is this weird? Well, first off, we've rarely ever had a direct on Friday. I think it maybe happened once. The 12th's a Friday. However, Mario's 40th birthday is Saturday. So to potentially support the rumor, if Mario's birthday is Saturday, maybe they want to do the direct on Friday to talk about Mario and his birthday the day before, because it's a lot easier to say during a direct, Mario's birthday's tomorrow. than it is to say Mario's birthday is in a couple days or Mario's birthday's on the 13th. That's all weird, but it is really easy and smooth to say the words Mario's birthday is tomorrow. All right? So they can't put out news on the weekend. Exactly. So they do the direct on Friday, the day before his birthday. And this maybe starts to make sense. Here's the other supporting comment. September 11th is Thursday. I highly doubt Nintendo wants to do a direct on September 11th. Now, I know it's been a long time since September 11th happened, but it still kind of feels like a taboo day to release a bunch of video game information. I might be overthinking, this is just my own personal theory, but because directs are usually Wednesdays or Thursdays, it kind of makes sense that maybe they're skipping Thursday because of September 11th. Which does make Friday seem likely again, but then you could also ask the question, why not just do it on Wednesday, the 10th? And then we go back to the first comment, well, because Mario's birthday is on Saturday. So Wednesday doesn't feel good because of Mario's birthday, Thursday doesn't feel good because of September 11th, Friday doesn't feel good because it never normally doesn't happen on Friday. But Friday does make sense. And then a credible, notice what my fingers are doing? Credible leaker confirmed. Nate the fucking hate came back again, excuse my language, I don't know where that came from, and said, yup, Nintendo Direct, either the 11th or the 12th. Mic drop. Now here's the thing, Nate the hate has not really been wrong often. He completely predicted the Switch 2 reveal trailer and date to a T. He completely predicted the partner direct to a T. He even said, don't know what kind of direct it is, but it's gonna be a direct, and he was right about it. So listen, he comes out, he confirms what Switch Force says. He says direct either the 11th or the 12th. And the only reason why he said 11th or 12th is speculated to be because time zones. Remember, it could be the 11th in Japan, but the 12th in America. That's usually how it works, right? Think about it. The direct releases in Japan on the 11th, but for us, it shows up at 9 in the morning on the 12th. Or the other way around, whatever it is, right? So Nate the Hate came out and said it could be the 11th or the 12th. Confirming what Switch Force said, and turning this rumor into something that could be considered credible. It won't let me call Rio. Okay, did it work? It wouldn't let me call Rio. It said that I called it though. I think it's bugging out. I'm gonna refresh. All right, she didn't show up in the chat, but I did call it. No way, did the game die? No way, the bingo game just completely died. Oh, no, it's back. Okay, good. It was bugging out, dude. Whew. Rio did not get called. I got it. Whew. I thought we lost the game. We're good. All right, sick. So this has been your update here. To give you a quick recap for those just tuning in, Switch Force leaked/rumored that we would be getting a Nintendo Direct on September 12th, which is a little bit out of ordinary because we don't normally get them on Fridays. However, with Mario's birthday being Saturday, there is a pretty good chance that it could be true, just through speculation. Nate the Hate came out and confirmed September 11th or 12th. Now, again, you shouldn't really believe Nate the Hate outright, but you should know that Nate the Hate has not been wrong for a long time. He's actually been dropping hot predictions for a while. He says he has somebody in the industry. I think it's somebody that works with like Nvidia or something. And I am going to tell you, rumor or not, that I personally 100%. Why did the song get louder for that reset? What the heck? I 100% believe it. I think it's happening. I think it's going to be Friday. I believe. Again, it's a rumor. Don't believe it. Don't get yourself excited. I believe next week they're going to announce it, probably Wednesday for Friday, and they're going to talk about Mario's birthday. We're probably getting something like Mario Galaxy 2 announced alongside Metroid Prime 4's release date. Metroid Prime 4 will probably be the highlight of the Direct, which is going to suck because we don't need to know more about Metroid Prime 4. We just don't. We just need a release date. We don't need it to be the highlight of the Direct, but they're going to do it anyways. Now, I think there's a couple timelines here, so hear me out. I think there's more moving parts here. Hear me out. What if it's not a regular Direct? What if they're all wrong? Because none of these rumors have said it's a regular Direct. What if it's just a Metroid Prime 4 Direct? Or what if it's just a Mario 40th Anniversary Direct? That's actually my prediction. I'm calling it. And y'all, hey, listen, I'm calling it. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to be so happy that I'm wrong. I predict that Friday the 12th is going to be a Mario Anniversary Direct. They've done these in the past. It's not going to be a regular Nintendo Direct. It's going to be a Direct for Mario's birthday. They're going to announce something for Mario on Friday the 12th. And the real Direct is later in the month. I'm calling it right now. The real Direct is later in September, closer to the Tokyo Game Show that happens at the end of September. If you don't know, every year there's a massive event called Tokyo Game Show. And it happens at the end of September. It's huge. It's in Japan. It's a big thing for Nintendo. And they're going to want to have announcements and stuff ready for it. And they're going to want to announce stuff around it. I think that the second half of September is going to be a real Direct. And I think that next week is going to be a Mario Direct. It could be a Metroid Direct. I think it's going to be Mario. That's what I'm going to say. Let me just tell y'all something. I'm basing this off of literally nothing. I am just shooting into the wind here. I am guessing. Like further, I am 100% just guessing. I could be completely wrong. I'm not basing this off of anything. Here, I will say this. The only thing I'm basing this off of is the fact that Friday doesn't make sense for a regular Direct. Here's the thing though. Nintendo never makes any sense. So they could do anything they want. If they want to announce a general Direct on a Friday, they'll do it. And I hope they do. But I have a sneaking suspicion that this Direct is going to be just for Mario. And they're going to make it a big deal because of his birthday. And I think so. I think it's probably going to be some merch, something like that. That's my prediction. And we don't see a regular Direct until later in the month. Or maybe even October. That's my prediction. Because again, Friday stands out to me like a sore thumb. It doesn't make a ton of sense that they would do Friday. It's never like that. You could go look up all of the history. Friday is really, really confusing. That is throwing a wrench in everything we know about Nintendo Direct. And I can't help but think, well, if pattern-based humans here, if the pattern breaks, then there's something breaking the pattern. Instead of a regular Direct, a Mario Direct. You know, but it could always just be Nintendo being weird, man. So we'll find out. Yo, thanks for the biddies, Blueberry. Thanks for the follows coming in. And we did have a subscription on YouTube this morning, and I appreciate that. Subscribing is the equivalent to following on Twitch, and it's a free way to support the show. Thank you. Thank you. Albano Black Bear, good morning. We've had everything except a normal Direct. I know, dude. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. I'm excited. I wonder if Nintendo is quaking in their boots at all about Sonic Racing. Yo, Falcon Vind, thank you for popping in. How you been, Falcon? I wonder if they're at all shaking in their boots And I wonder if that's going to make them reveal something big this month. Something to like take the attention away from Sonic Racing. Because I think Sonic Racing is getting a lot of good press. Naomi? Is Let me go talk to her. Sonic Racing sounds tempting to get with the Miku and Persona. Mario Kart Killer? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the case. Oh, it's just NAO. Yeah, I wonder if like Nintendo ever gets intimidated like that. I imagine most companies do, right? They're like, okay, we need to do something. We need to take the attention away from this. Nintendo feels like the kind of company that's like, they don't give about anything. They just do whatever they want to do, and they don't ever think about whatever's happening in the industry. That's the persona they give off, but I can't help but wonder if they care. You know what I mean? Like the persona they give off is like they don't compete with anybody. But in all reality, they obviously do. So it's like, do they think about that? Do they care about Sonic? Is it even on their radar? Like, You gonna be playing Sonic Racing? I think so. I think I'm gonna check it out. Yeah. I'm gonna check it out. I think we'll be playing Sonic Racing on release. And we'll give it a look-see-poo. Exactly, Falcon. I think they care. I think they care. So what is the point of what I'm saying? Well, the reason I'm bringing up like this, does Nintendo care? Because then I think they have to give us something this month. They have to drop something. They have to mic drop, right? They haven't mic dropped since Donkey Kong Bonanza, and we already knew about that since May. Right? They literally haven't mic dropped us since like May, when they announced Donkey Kong and like the Switch itself. We have not got a mic drop moment from Nintendo since like before the Switch 2 came out. They have yet to show up to a direct and literally drop the mic on us. Like this is gonna be the sickest thing ever. Right now, Sakurai-chan tried, right? Or Sakurai-san tried. He tried. He showed up and he was dropping some mics, baby, with that Kirby direct. But in all reality, we already knew Kirby existed. That was so niche. So again, man, they have yet to show up and drop the mic. They have yet to show up and say, this is why you bought a Switch 2, son. They haven't done anything like that. We've all just been sitting here waiting. We're all playing this weird waiting game. So I'm like, dude, they have to. Like, at some point, they have to come and drop the mic on us. I don't know, man. I guess we'll find out, right? What's up, Megspresso? Nintendo shook about Garfield Tight Kart 2. Shut up. Shut up. I personally don't want to hear anything about the next generation of Pokemon until 2028, the earliest. Otherwise, we're doomed to just have Scarlet and Violet level of quality again. Yeah, and that's why Pokemon Champions is going to fill the gap. We already know Pokemon Champions was confirmed for next year, right? So I think we're finally going to get, like, listen, I said this. Scarlet and Violet was the foundation of the future of Pokemon, and if they execute, we are going to be living the best life we've ever lived for Pokemon. But it's going to take some time. Then they started following up on this exact comment. All of a sudden, we got a bunch of time between the new games. They're trying to like put time between new franchises. Now they announced Pokemon Champions, so they no longer have to tie the competitive scene to a game. Now they literally said next year, Pokemon Worlds is going to be played on Pokemon Champions next August. So now we know that Pokemon is evolving. So while Champions controls the competitive scene, this allows them to go back to focusing on the casual audience for the games. The people who just want to play a super well put together Pokemon game that we can explore and enjoy the world and not have the game get pumped out every 3 years because the competitive scene requires a new game. You see, that's what's been going on. That's what's been going on. Like, they've had to pump these games out because of the competitive scene, because of the cartoons, all that stuff. Whereas now, the competitive scene can be focused on champions, and they can hopefully spend more time making these games. I have a lot of faith. I agree. I think Arceus was the start of the new future as well. The problem with Arceus, though, is that it was so different from a traditional Pokemon game. I wasn't giving it the credit necessarily, but for me, Arceus is what brought me back as a Pokemon fan. So I do agree with that. I do agree with that statement, but I think when it comes to Arceus's gameplay loop and stuff, it was a little too different. So that's why my brain goes Scarlet and Violet is like the beginning of the next. Oh my God. Hello? Hello? What? There he is. Yo, ROSCOE, dude. No fucking way. What? No fucking way, dude. ROSCOE comes home, ticket 227. He had us out here hunting. He had us out here worrying. He had us out here worrying.
Well done.
Said, don't even worry about it. There it is, chat. There it is, baby. There it is, baby. There it is, baby. The hunt is finally over, man. The hunt is finally over, dude. Holy heck, dude. Dang, man. I was starting to get worried. I was starting to get worried, man. I was starting to get worried. Let's go, dude. I was starting to get worried, man. I really was. Welcome in, Water Lily. Good to see you, baby. We got our boy. The hunt is over. We can finally start designing our new farm island. Dag, dude. Dag, dude. We did it, man. We did it, baby. We did it, dude. Man, I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. Holy heck. Holy heck. Ending the game of bingo. No winners. No winners on this last game of bingo. Unfortunately, it didn't go long enough. We should have just kept the other bingo going in hindsight, but how would we have known? Will we see a horse villager and 10 tickets? We will see the horse villager. We will see the horse villager. There it is, dude. Let me go ahead and grab this real quick. Let's bring him home. Let's time travel and let's bring him home. All right, let's get him home, dude. Let's get him home, man. Let's get him in here, man. Time to TT. Let's get him in here, baby. All right, here. Actually, let's reload real quick and make sure that it says that Roscoe's there. I guess at this point it doesn't matter. We're just gonna hope, right? Yeah, screw it. Usually I go to the sign and I click on it, but at this point it's like, if he ain't there, then he ain't there. No system update. Get this out of here. All right, here you guys go. Just a little celebration here. Take off your Dodge boots. Take off your Dodge boots. Take them off.
Now, this is epic.
Take off your Dodge boots. There it is, dude. Holy heck, man. We got him, baby. We got him, baby. Roscoe came home. Holy bananas, gorilla. Still wearing them? Still wearing those Dodge boots? Take them Dodge boots off, dude. Take them Dodge boots off, man. Holy heck. Yo, thank you for the likes. We hit our 20 like goal over on YouTube this morning. Thank you. Holy heck, yo, Nisi Star, dude, happened way earlier than I thought, man. I thought we were deep. I thought we were about to get deep into this hunt. Cozy Creative. I don't remember, but how long did Roscoe take to find? So 227 tickets, and I think this was the 8th stream. It was week 1, week 2, week 3. I think this is the 4th week of hunting for Roscoe. This might be the 3rd week. 2, 4. So this was probably like stream number 6 of just hunting for Roscoe. I think this is stream number 6. So roughly about 20 to 25 hours, maybe a little bit more. But, you know, stream time's different because we chat, we yap, you know, whatever. Welcome to my new abode. Hey, apologies for the mess. I'd tell you to make yourself at home, but it looks like my home was hit by a moving truck. Don't worry, I'll get it straightened out in no time. All right, dude. All right, we're going to time travel forward one more day and we're going to bring him in. All right. Once he's officially living here, we can go back to the original date on my Switch. That's right, dude. That's right, past Hylian. Yo, let's go. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Holy cow, 2 years already. Time flies when you are part of a great community. Thanks for always bringing the great vibes, man.
You meant to say holy horse, right? Nah, just kidding. Yo, thank you. Thank you for the 2 years, Flip. Flippy coming through. When you throw the chair, dude. I love that clip so much, dude. You can see the whole clip here if you want. That's the actual clip of me finding. Oh, I said up. I let them update the console. Frick. Stop trying to update. Leave me alone. Holy heck. What? When did I start loading up Mario Kart? Get this out of here. This is why I don't like updates. I'm losing it. I'm just so happy that Roscoe came home, man. Good morning, Fruit for Life. Cozy Tina, Minty Mont, again, good morning. Absolutely. Little Blueberry. Good morning. That means that we can do a giveaway for Nook Mile tickets. For the rest of the tickets, who would like a couple hundred, maybe 100 Nook Miles tickets? Any Animal Crossers out there need some tickets for their next hunt? Me, pick me. So this is a tradition here in our community that after we succeed a villager hunt that takes a while, we give away some of the tickets that we have left over, and we should have a solid amount over. We should have a solid amount over here. I'll open up a quick raffle and we can let whoever win for some free tickets here. All right. So it'll be a keyword raffle. Anybody can join, and it'll be exclamation point ticket. All right. We'll say exclamation point NMT for Nook Miles ticket. All right. Type exclamation point NMT if you want a chance to win some Nook Miles tickets here. And we got a VIP roulette to celebrate, baby. We got a VIP roulette to celebrate, baby. I like that, dude. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. We got a VIP roulette. Zoldar, will you please quit? You get VIP at least once a month. You better stop winning those bets. Just kidding, you can win as much as you want. Get your VIP badge, don't worry. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. All right, Zoldar, that means that it's Taco 2 months in. You're losing your VIP badge. Taco, salutes. Salutes. It's Taco. And Zoldar, we're going to make sure you get that VIP jacket. We're going to make sure you get that VIP badge. And we're going to make sure you get that rotisserie chicken. Moderators, please. Somebody get this human a rotisserie chicken out of the oven. All right. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh my God. Did you see? It showed that at the end. It full screened the foo from Taco. That was perfect. Taco was pissed. That was literally top tier, dude. I almost want to give you a badge back because of that. That was so good, dude. All right, Roscoe lives here. Let's go back to regular time. All right, exclamation point NMT for Nook Miles ticket if you want to win some tickets. All right, anybody can join. You don't even have to claim the tickets right now. If you're somebody who won't be able to play till later, maybe later tonight or something, join the Discord. We can figure it out later. Just exclamation point NMT if you want to win some Nook Miles tickets. We're going to give away this. All my tickets this hunt were brought to you by our friend Chaos Queen. And if we could get a round of love in the chat for Chaos Queen putting up with me and helping out with the tickets. I know a lot of people offered to help. And thank you to everybody. And obviously thank you to Chaos Queen for helping out with the tickets. If you guys want any Nook Miles tickets for your own villager hunts, one of our traditions here is after we end a super hype hunt like this, we give away all the extra tickets because I don't need them anymore. But maybe you could use them. All right? So don't be shy. Don't be shy. Exclamation point NMT. I'll pick a winner here in just a minute, and we can give them away to you right this second. If you're available, if you have your Switch, I can drop them off here this morning. If you're not available or if you're busy, we can do it later. All right, I'll hold on to them for you. Let's go into our bank and see how many tickets we have. Let's go see how many we have. And then we'll see how many we can give away. I like to give away 100 at a time. All right, all right. Dodge boots off, you son of a gun. You think you can just dangle those tootsies in my chat? Pew! You can also sell them if you need bells. I didn't even think of that. Nice. You can just dangle those tootsies in my chat like that, dude? And I'm not gonna come and snatch them up, dude. Look how many tickets we have left. Dude, Chaos Queen went ham. I think she gave me, wait, why am I dropping? I think she gave me like 1,000. That's what I'm saying. Like, if y'all need these, join the raffle. Like, join the raffle, dude. Please. I want to give these away, man. Y'all deserve these. All right, I guess I'm just dropping that one for myself because I can't. I'm shaking. I'm so excited. I can't click properly. All right, so we obviously can do more than one giveaway. Right? So what is each row? 3, 6, 8. So we have 100, 200, 300, 400. 400 like 50. I'll keep the 50. I have 400 to give away. We'll give away a couple right now and maybe we'll do some more later, all right? Exclamation point NMT if you want some free tickets, baby, all right? Nook Miles tickets giveaways for anybody who needs, all right? And again, if you can't take them right now because you're working, just if you win, say that and we'll meet up in the Discord. But you would have to join the Discord at that point, even just temporarily, all right? And then we could meet up, you could message me and then we could figure it out. Almost typing TMNT. All right. Yeah, jump in. We'll give away a couple hundred here. We'll see who wins. But if you are available right now, I'd love to come and visit you. If you are available right now, I'd love to come visit you and drop them off now, just to kind of be done with it. And then we could wrap it up, you know, be done with it here. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and grab some tickies. We have 20 people entering. First winner, Gil Wen. You could still enter even if somebody's already won. Don't worry. All right, Gil Wen, Chell Dog's getting in here. Testonomics, you won 100. Let's go ahead and give away one more 100. Let's see what we got here. Sweet D. All right, we'll start off with those three. All right, so we have Chell Dog. No, sorry, Gil Wen, Testonomics, and Sweet D. All right, here, let me know if you want to do it now or later, and then I'm going to write your name down. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Here, I'm going to write down all the winners, and let me know if it's going to be now or later. All right, so Gil Wen is going to be later. That's fine. We've connected off stream before. That's easy. Later today, 100 ticks. All right, Testonomics can do it now. All right, if you want to get your, can you get a dodo code together, Testonomics? And I'll come visit you. Can you do that? Yeah. Get a dodo code ready, and then we'll get that going in just a second. And then Sweet D says now is fine as well. All right, perfect. All right, let me get all the tickets out of the bank, and then I'm gonna come visit Testonomics first, and then Sweet D will be next. All right, yeah, no rush. I probably won't be going terribly long today, so I'll probably be off stream by the time you get off, Gil, and then we'll connect via Discord. We got ROSCOE at 227. Insanity. Yeah, bingo's over. We should have just kept the same bingo game going. That's the only regret that I have. But how would we have known? Right? Like, how would we have known? So, all right. You can put your dodo code in the chat, but you could also send it to me in a DM on Twitch or Discord. Your choice. We have the kind of community that will probably not mess around and join your town without permission, but it's always safer because you never know who's watching. So always safer to send it in a DM. We usually don't get too many hooligans in this place, you know, not too many. All right, cool. I need 200 here. All right, sick. Just a few hooligans. Lots of hooligans, but the good kind. I was hoping for some Story of Seasons because I'm fully obsessed. Glad to pop in and say, hey, what's up? How you doing, Ayo Kayla? Well, we just finished our villager hunt here today, so that's dope. I'm also itching for more Story of Seasons. Don't you worry one bit about that. However, I wanted to get our villager hunt done with, and now that we got it done with, exactly. But I wanted to give this game some time here, because otherwise we were going to stretch the villager hunt into next week, which would have been cool for the Monday show. But now we can focus on decorating, and now we can focus on doing stuff outside of villager hunting and Animal Crossing, and you know, we can wrap up this storyline. That's what it's all about. I really just wanted to feel something final. Can you all that have been enjoying this hunt, can you agree that it's kind of relieving to say that we did it? We're done, right? We got the villager. I think I wanted that. I wanted that sense of completion. You know, like I think we needed that. I didn't want to keep stretching out the villager hunt, even though again it's fun to stretch it out. Like it's not a big deal. It's we could have kept going for months and it would have been fine because it's a lot of fun. But it's really nice to. I just said earlier I was hoping to wrap up a couple storylines this week, and now we just got one of them wrapped up. We're already starting hot, so that just gives us more time for Grand Bazaar. That just gives us more time for Koholint Island. Hey, dude, I would have given you a sub, but I already did. Nice. I just won the summer horse derby. I only trained the horse once. What? No way. And here I skipped the horse derby because I didn't think I had a chance. What? What? No way, dude. No way, dude. No way, dude. All right, Sweet D, you're next. If you want to get a dodo code ready, Sweet D, no rush. You can send it to me to a DM on Twitch or Discord. Just let me know where you send it. And you can also just drop it in the chat when we're ready. Again, our community's pretty chill. Shouldn't be a big deal. And hey, we get to pop it over to a villager, a community member's town. We haven't done villager visits, town visits in a while. I like the vibes here already. Do 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 do. I like the vibes here already. What's up, burrito salad? Dang, look at this town, dude. 600 hours, only one island for me. I feel that, dude. I'm the same way for the most part. You know, we start more islands because of the stream, but there's only one island that's in my heart. That's right. That's right. All right. Dope. Enjoy the tickies, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad to see bald representation. I'm glad to see bald representation, baby. Dun, 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 dun. That's crazy that you won the summer derby. Another bald Josh. Wait, you're also a Josh? Bald Joshes? That's crazy. The problem with that is that I can't believe you didn't say something first. You do know that when two Joshes get together at the same time, there's always a chance that their power level is so high that it causes a disturbance in the space-time continuum. And then layer on top of that we're both bald? Dude, you're really playing with fire this morning. Like, you need to calm down. Like, I'm not sure why you would take that risk, but I'm glad everything's okay. What's up, Sunset Alpaca? Hope you're feeling good today. Good to see you. All right. Sweet D will come drop off whenever you're ready. No rush, okay, dude? I can hang out and actually enjoy my island for once. It's been quite a while since we've got a chance to check our farms and everything. Do 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 do. Bum, ba, bum. My island's still in one piece, so I think the meeting went okay. Yeah, sure. Island visits are something that I'll probably do occasionally here and there. Sporadically. Here and there, yeah. I wanted to try them all because it's my first SOS game.
Happy Wide Wednesday. HDESS Mug 1 HDESS Mug 2.
Oh, thank you, Coco Winning, for 31 months, dude. And I'm glad you're enjoying the game, Kayla. We got Roscoe. We got Roscoe, dude. We got Roscoe. And we have a bunch of mail now that we have to go through. Here's the mail. It never fails. Was she saying S smug instead of yeah. She said HDSS mug. She obviously needs either higher pay or to be replaced. I don't think there's a read all button. So this is because I've fast traveled literally into 2026 to make this hunt happen. Look at this, dude. You time travel a lot. You had to delete over 500 mails. This is insane, dude. It doesn't stop, man. All right, we're still going. Missed opportunity to put 50K in the bank and gain interest. True. They actually nerfed the interest in this game because players were taking advantage of it. When the game first came out, interest was actually super OP, and people were just putting money in the bank and time traveling. And Nintendo didn't like that for some reason, so they nerfed interest in the game. Like, big time. And now interest really is nothing. It's like just trash. Whereas, like, at one point, interest actually was kind of a useful way to make money. And Nintendo just swung the nerf bat at it and said, no. My favorite mail was from Dizzy telling me he dipped my letter in gravy and licked it off. Yeah, me too. Oh, this is a letter from Heva. So we must be getting close to the end here. Do 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 do. Never mind. Interest on deposits is trash. Game once again reflects reality. True. You got a way to go, buddy? Stop. Don't say that. So many letters. Yeah, this is my punishment. That's what I get for time traveling. It's still going. Oh my god. How do you plan your island? So the kind of creator I am. Alright, there's different types of creators in the world. You'll realize that there's different archetypes of creators, and they roughly are all the same within the archetype. But obviously everybody's different. So, for example, you'll find that in writing, and in like art even, music making, that there's the types of creators who plan, there's the types of creators who wing it, there's the types of creators who go off of one note of inspiration, there's the types of creators who need to create to get inspired to then create. That's me. So when it comes to anything creative, I need to do creative stuff to get inspired to do creative stuff. I just need to throw myself in. I just need to go and just do and just start decorating, start just throwing slop at the wall, throwing paint at the canvas. And then slowly but surely I can start to shape and mold around that. That's the kind of creator I am. So I have to actively just create. I have to just decorate. I just have to start doing stuff. Doesn't matter what it is, anything. And then I could start to wrap my head around what my actual goal or theme is. And then slowly but surely I'll develop whatever it is I'm trying to create, right? I am another way to word this is I am an iterative creator, which means that I create and then I iterate on top of my creations over and over again until they turn into what I want them to turn into. So I'm an iterative creator, right? So nothing I ever do is done first try, and nothing I ever do creatively is like, even with a theme, like rarely is the first time I try to do something has a theme or anything like that. It's always just me going, you know, maybe I get inspiration from like a drawing, or maybe I get inspiration from, you know, an idea maybe pops in my head. But until I actually start to paint it or create it, it's really nothing. It's always just like slop. Before I got ACNH, I made drawings on Pinterest and watched countless island tours to get ideas. Nice. Nice. Yeah, getting inspiration from others is super important. I have a lot of inspirations myself as far as creativity. Yeah, nice. No problem, sweetie. I'm on my way. Yeah, take your time. We're just clearing out our mail and probably filling up our storage here. And then we're going to have to take all this stuff back out and sell it, I imagine. Yeah, you're talking about my house? Are you making fun of my house right now? Hey, don't judge me. My house is my house is the episode where Bart Simpson moves out on his own. This is it right here. Yeah, don't judge me. The theme and decorating part of this game is so hard for me, which is silly, but I really struggled with it. I have a type of ADHD where creative side of things make me freeze and I can't move forward. But I was great at filling my Critterpedia and getting villager photos. It's not too silly though. I will say that I can actually relate to that, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. A lot can. Yeah, it's not too silly, but I do understand why you say that, you know. But it's actually not too silly. I think a lot of people actually struggle with that, and you want to know why? Because I think here's the thing. I've actually already talked about this a lot. And this is a little bit of a weird take, but like, just bear with me. I blame all of the super talented creators in this space. I blame social media, because what happened with this game is something that I've never seen happen with any game before, even New Leaf. Because of the over accessibility of sharing this game, because of the over accessibility of this game's decorations and popularity and all that, what ended up happening here is that we all sat back and watched a bunch of talented people make insano islands for the past 5 years. And then we see that and we compare ourselves and we go, I can't do this. I can't figure this out. But in all reality, like, it has nothing to do with your limitations of creativity. I think a lot of it, at least a lot of it, maybe I can't speak for everybody, has to do with the fact that we spent 5 years watching people do such insano style stuff with this game that it makes what we do feel not even close. And that really, and when you see all those possibilities, it creates even more noise. So like I've actually said this for years now. I think one of the negative sides of New Horizons is that it actually accidentally stifles creativity. While some people get inspired by looking at super designed islands, a lot of people actually get anxious. A lot of people get intimidated. They see all these islands, they get intimidated, they get anxious, they go, what the heck, I can't do that. When in all reality, like, those people are very far and few and in between. Those people are so insanely talented that, like, you really can't compare yourself to them. You have to, like, so I find it funny that New Horizons' biggest draw is its decoration, but its decoration is its biggest downfall. Because it made a bunch of people feel like they weren't playing the game right, and then people just stopped falling in love with the game. They just fell out of love with the game because they spent so much time watching other people play it, then they felt like they couldn't play the game anymore. Because they're like, I'm not even doing this right. I'm not even playing the same games type stuff. So like, yeah, I think that it's funny because I think, again, I'll say it one more time, I think the decoration side of New Horizons is the biggest draw, but also the biggest pushback. It's the thing that drew the most people into loving this game, and it's also one of the biggest things that pushed the most people away. And it was only those few people that could balance it out. Like our friend Kayla said, Ayo Kayla, they were like, I really loved filling up the Critterpedia. So unless you found something else to attach onto, you probably just fell out of love with the game. Unless you found something else to focus on, you probably just fell out of love with the game. And that sucks because Animal Crossing has so much to offer outside of decorating, but because of the decoration scene, it kind of stifled the energy of the game. And like, it made it feel like unless you were decorating, you weren't even this is just a take of mine that I've had for a while. And it's not to say that decoration's bad, and it's not to say that those talented people shouldn't go out there and share their creativity. Because listen, Animal Crossing is a blank canvas. And it's a beautiful, beautiful experience. I love New Horizons. But it's just a commentary on something I noticed that happened in the space over these years. Because you have to admit, I'm an authority in this space. I've been watching and playing AC for even before New Horizons came out. My whole life, let alone as a creator for 6 years. So it's just something I saw slowly bubbling over. And it's really interesting when you step back and you see it, you're like, wow, like the biggest thing that gave people a reason to play the game is one of the biggest reasons why people stopped playing the game. It's weird, right? It's like, oh, that's unfortunate because that just goes to show you in life, you know, there's too much of a good thing. And I think maybe there was a little bit too much of a good thing with AC and H and the COVID era and the islands and island tours. And I think there was just maybe a little too much of a good thing. And I think it caused a little bit of an adverse effect in the community, just a little bit, you know. I think at this point it's not as big of a deal, but I think for a couple years there it was, but it's the game's kind of falling to the wayside a little, and I think now there's less pressure to be an amazing creator in the game. You know, I think there's a lot less pressure, so I think it's definitely not the same, but I think about 2-3 years ago there was this feeling of pressure. Right? Like some of us had a feeling of pressure put on us. Pressure to design well, pressure to have themes, pressure to decorate and to play the game a certain way. And you could obviously argue that pressure was self-imposed, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't also brought on by the environment, by the space of the game. Obviously it was self-imposed. Some of us just, we're overthinkers, or You know, whatever the reasoning being, you know. What made it hard to continue playing ACNH was when I did actually start decorating, the game became so laggy. Yeah, that sucks, dude. What's up, Jules? Yeah, hopefully the Switch 2 makes that a little bit better, but I agree with you that once I started noticing a little bit of lag on my island, I completely stopped decorating a certain way. Yeah, I agree. That happened to me too, subconsciously. As soon as I finished my recycling plant on Gale Island, and I noticed a little bit of lag was starting, I completely backed off of a certain style of decorating because I knew that it was going to lead to even more lag. And that actually did affect how I designed my island from that point on, because I was like, I don't want to feel this lag. This sucks. So it almost makes me want to go back to Gale and maybe try more decorating there at some point in the future, because maybe there's more stories for Gale to tell. Gale Island. Maybe there's more stories to be told there now that I have the Switch 2 edition and it runs a little bit better. Right, yeah. So hopefully I can go back to that one day, maybe. Yo, Pixie Skies. Hey, Pixie. Thanks for the 35. Good morning.
I hope you're all well, H. Deshug.
I'm doing pretty well. I hope you can say the same. Yo, thank you for the 35 months. Rock Socks and Black Diamond, welcome in. Tab Flava as well. We found Roscoe, baby. That's right. Welcome in here. Good to see you. I had to do that with this game. It forced me to take a bit of a break because I lost my creative hope with where my island was. Even now I'm planning my redesigns, but I keep remembering all the stuff I've seen and going, this isn't enough? Yeah, it's tough, right? Yeah, people treated their island like a job. Yeah, you know? And again, this is nothing negative towards people who created those super special experiences with their islands. Like, I think that's very magical. And so it's a conversation I haven't talked about a lot because I don't want people to feel bad. Like that's not our point, right? We're just talking. What's up, Vic Story? Good to see you back in here, Vic Story. Welcome in. What's up, Nug Isle? Good to see you. Yeah, we got the dude. He came home, chat. And now we're back to our farm finally. We could finally start decorating and farming again. Oh, I'm so excited. All right, let's go and see if we ended up getting any other crops to plant here this morning, and we can show off the humble beginnings of our farm here. We need to start earning Nook miles so that we can buy terraforming, because we're going to need to be doing some terraforming. If we want it to be like Ohio, we need to make it completely flat outside of that one area in Ohio that's just a bunch of rolling hills. Otherwise, flat only. All right, we got our wheat. Wheat was the thing that we didn't plant. So let's go grab some wheat. Kudos whoever snagged my VIP badge. Yeah, you got. Sorry, Tails. You got, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Gotta study a bit? Yeah, no problem. Enjoy the studying, Water Lily, and thanks for popping in. All right, so here it is. Here's the farm. Here's our flower farm as well, which is popped off. We haven't had time to do anything here. Oh, we need to go get our tools back. Yeah, let's go get our tools. Boom, 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 boom. First Hurricane in Grand Bazaar's tomorrow. I'm excited to see it. I've already prepped and ready to go. Nice. Nice, dude. You keep talking about Grand Bazaar. I'm getting the itch. Oh, we never finished with mail. Whatever. We'll finish mail later. I'm lazy. About to spend some time in my journals. What's up, Aaliyah Renee? All right, we need to grab some tools. We got a shovel, an axe, and a watering can. We got a slingshot, a bug in a net. A slingshot, a bug in a net. A slingshot, a bug in a net. There was a song playing, I swear. I'm not just... Anyways. All right, we're going to need to make a couple watering cans for sure. If I get Grand Bazaar, would you get the Switch 1 or Switch 2 edition? I honestly don't think you need the upgrade. I think the Switch 1 edition runs just fine. I don't think you need the upgrade. I will say though that I have the Switch 2 edition and I think it's wonderful. Like I couldn't be happier with my decision and my purchase. All right. So that's my take on it. Like I couldn't be happier with my purchase, but I don't really think you need the Switch 2 edition. I think the game runs fine. I think I've been hearing nothing but good things about the Switch 1 edition. So it's kind of up to you to decide if you want to spend the extra $10. And that's my take on it. I hope that helps. Hopefully that helps you decide for yourself. All right, we just need to grab some materials now. Grab some sticks here. Some wood here. Do we not have any other wood? We do. We'll grab a 30 stack. Boom. And we need some stone as well. And what about some clay? We got some of that clay stuff in here, dude? Yep, here's some clay as well. Can't wait to start. Can't wait till start later. Yo, just a heads up, my playthrough's on YouTube. If we can get an exclamation point YouTube in the chat. If you're looking for a companion guide, go ahead and watch alongside episode 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all up on YouTube. So you have something to sit back and enjoy and watch if you're starting Story of Seasons fresh. And I'm not done with the game. I'm not even close to done with the game for those that are maybe a little worried. I know I haven't played it since Sunday, but I promise you I'm far from done with the game. Like I'm so far from done with it, all right? So stick with me. We will be back to play some more Story of Seasons in the future. Actually, we will just go ahead and store this because we're about to get a bunch more weeds. All right, I'm just trying to sort my inventory here real quick because we're getting ready to do some work around our farm here. So I just want to go ahead and get all the materials I'm going to need. And I don't know where my storage container went, but I'm probably going to have to go find it around town. I'm pretty sure I do have a big storage crafted. I thought so. I thought I had an outdoor storage crafted, but maybe I don't. I think I was waiting. Somebody offered me one, and I don't think I took it yet. I think I was waiting. All right, it would be nice if we had a couple more ladders set up around as well, so we should probably do that. How much does it take to make a regular ladder? 4 of each. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. You, sir, have roaches? Whoa, you're talking about my family here, dude. Jim, did you hear what she just said about you? Unbelievable. I'll give you a roach. All right, and then let's go ahead and build a metal ladder kit, sure. Maybe this is a minority opinion, but I feel like if I had a Switch 2 edition, only adds visual upgrades and no additional content, you shouldn't have to pay for the upgrade. I agree. So I think I agree to some extent, but I don't agree fully, and I'll explain why. So I do agree with you that it shouldn't be charged maybe $10. Like, so let me give you an example. So Fantasy Life 2 charged $2.99. Fantasy Life I charged $2.99. And here's the thing, the visual upgrades. So here's a good way to word it. I agree about visual upgrades, but I do think that performance is somewhat worth it. That's my take right there. I think that performance upgrades are worth it, but I agree that if it's just going to look prettier, you're kind of wasting my time. I'm right there with you on that. But I think if it's a performance thing, like if the game's going from 30 to 60 FPS, then I'm a little bit more interested in spending the money. But I still agree that it should be $2.99 at most. We shouldn't be paying $10 for an upgrade. I really agree with that statement a lot. Just like I said, just maybe not 100%, because I do think Fantasy Life proved to me that you can have a really, really nice upgrade for a very fair price. Fantasy Life proved that to me, and I think I'm willing to spend the $2.99 to support a company who really puts the effort in. Like, I'm willing to do that. I think that that's somewhat fair, right? Right. So performance is one thing. Now, again, you were saying visual upgrades. And I agree with you. Like, if you're just making a game look prettier, who gives a frick? I'm a gameplay first guy. All I care is that the game plays well. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, the game, it looks real nice. Oh, cool. I don't want to spend another $10. You got me messed up. So I do agree with you. I think performance is where I'm willing to spend. Visual, it should probably be free. Screw them. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, let's get this stuff out of here so we can get more stuff in here. Yeah, $5 is reasonable. And again, it just depends, right? Like, if they're adding a bunch of content, then I would be more content spending a little bit more. Like, what are we paying for Kirby? I haven't even bought Kirby yet. What are we paying for Kirby? $20? What are they robbing me? $20? Like, see, Kirby's coming with DLC. It's a whole bunch of new content. It also performs better. It's also going to get a glow up. I can kind of justify the $20 price tag there. It's DLC. Yeah, we got him, dude. We got him, dude. He came home, ticket 227, dude. Yeah. It's harder and harder to justify it when companies are doing free upgrades. Right? Like Silksong being free. Yo, enjoy your lurk work today, Testonomics. Yeah, no worries, man. Us baldies got to stick together. Yeah, I think it's rough when like companies are doing them for free, and then you look at the other companies and you're like, you kind of suck. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be real. Mario Party Jamboree TV, I think, is a massive scam. I think that Mario Party Jamboree TV is a massive scam. I think that they really dropped the ball. I think it's scamola. I think it's massively scamola. I feel like it was one of the most lacking of effort things that they did. I feel like it lacks so much effort. I feel like they just straight up were like, we're going to charge $20 for this. And it's just like nothing. It's nothing. It's such a scam, dude. I think it's such a scam, man. They didn't even add any new levels. They didn't even add a new map. You're telling me you had the opportunity to give more content to that game, and you couldn't even add a new map for the regular game, for the base game? Because that alone, I would have bought it for the map alone. Because I love Mario Party so much. If they would have added just one new level, I would have bought it for that alone because I love new maps. I was so disappointed by Jamboree TV. Very unfortunate circumstance. I wonder what Yuka Replay will cost. I think that one's going to be super approachable. That company seems like they're out there to take a second chance. Also, if you already own the original, they're allowing you to upgrade for half the price. So it's like, it is like a $60 game, but if you already own the original, they're letting you upgrade for half the price. So unfortunately, it is a full-blown remaster, and they are charging, I think, $50 or whatever. But I think you can upgrade for half the price if you already own the original on whatever console. Yeah, or it's not, it's 30% off. That's what it was. Yep, that's right. 30% off, yeah. So, very interesting decision on their part. But I think it's a good decision. So what do we do? Do we just start planting the wheat anywhere? Where do I start spreading the wheat here? If this is, I don't think I want to have sugar. I think I want to have more wheat than sugarcane. I need to make a decision. And all right, I know what the answer is. All right, so the answer to this decision is, for now, our goal is to just get as many crops in the ground as possible. Then we'll eventually have to go around and rearrange and decide where we want our crops to be. So for now, we just need to plant. Hey, what's up, Raphael? How are you today? I like this fenced off flower area. Yeah, and it's a practical but also decorative way. It's a practical yet decorative way to do hybrid flowers. I love it. It's a decorative but also practical way to do hybriding. And then you could even take it further than I did, and you can really decorate it and like make it a cute little park. We got Roscoe, man. Ticket 227. We actually got Roscoe, dude. We actually got him, dude. We were in the middle of talking about Pokemon. That's the best part. We were literally just yapping about Pokemon. And then it just happened. I'll buy 2 of these. I'm gonna need them. Big congrats. Thank you, Dark Lord. Yeah, no worries, dude. I hope you've enjoyed your lurk today. Enjoy your work lurk, Jitterbug Jewels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go talk to the queen real quick. Good morning, Tangy. A corkboard. They are so in right now. I should buy one to be in too. Get it, girl. Get it. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we have that new ladder kit to set up. Perfect. Set it up right here. Nice. And then we just need another one for up there. Now, this is our experiment. We were experimenting here. We wanted to fill up 4 acres of crops and see how much money we could make off of them. So now we can finally get back to that. We're trying to fill up 4 acres of crops, and acres are just these squares. That's what I call them, acres. So my goal is to fill up these 4 acres of crops, and then we're gonna see how much money you can make off of them. So we can do a little bit of science on how much money crops can truly make in this game, and just how lucrative the crops can really be comparatively to maybe something like such as selling fruit trees. Now, does anybody remember how to make green mums? Do I need special yellows? Is that what it is, right? So special yellows make greens? I don't remember. I gotta look it up. Right, so it's special yellows make greens. Then we need greens. No, we need special yellows make purple. Then we need purple to make green? A yellow made from 2 seed yellow makes a purple, then 2 purple makes green. We can also get special, so as long as we can get special. Okay, all right, so I think we're good. I think we have a bunch of yellows right here. And now we need to make purple. So we have special yellows. Because I have a special, we have special yellows for sure. Now I kind of mixed them all up, so maybe I shouldn't have done that. How do you know if they're special? Just because of how they showed up. Yeah, because I had a mum sitting right next to. Oh, I guess you're right. I guess I guess I wouldn't know because it could have came from these yellows. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to move this and replace it with a yellow. Yeah, these were all seeds for the most part. And then, I mean, to be like extra safe, I'll replace this and this. Because I know which ones I grew from seeds. Okay. And then we want another red here. Purples from white plus white cannot make green. So we're good because we've only had one white and we already got enough pinks that we're fine. All right, I think we're good. I think we're going to be good. I think this is actually going to be perfect. I wouldn't mind scooting these up one just so it looks better. So my garden looks better. Yo, what's up, Jordan? Good to see you. What's up, AgeGuard? Welcome back as well. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Good morning, Cozy. How was your morning meetings today? Everything go well? All right, nice. And then let's give these a little bit of watering. It sucked. Right. We could use some more fences over here to kind of complete this area. Maybe put some bushes here. But we're not quite in the decorating phase yet. Right now, we're in the logging in, planting crops, and then we're going to start decorating and like figuring out decorations on the other side of the island so that we can complete our experiment here. So like, just let's go ahead and talk about the plan for the island. So right now, we're experimenting here so we can do some science. And while we're doing science over here, we're going to actually start terraforming and decorating over here. Basically everywhere else. That means we need to unlock water terraforming and cliff terraforming. We have yet to unlock those. We just have the base terraforming, which is paths, right? And we're going to have to move all the villagers to the beaches, as you do. And then we're going to flatten this whole island. This is the first time I've ever flattened. I have never been a flattener. We are flattening and we are getting rid of all of our rivers. So buckle up if you're the kind of person that likes ASMR style decoration streams of Animal Crossing, which I know a lot of people do actually. That's actually going to be the vibe of this island for a couple episodes while we slowly sit back and just kind of destroy everything so that we can rebuild. From there, we're going to start designing Ohio, aka massive farms, aka a mega farm. I've never done a mega farm in Animal Crossing, and we're doing our first mega farm. And I kind of have a vision. The problem is that I would prefer to go diagonal with this vision, but I'm not going to be able to. I know it because diagonal and patterns just don't go well together. So originally my vision was I wanted to have a stretch of road to go from this corner all the way to this corner. I realized quickly diagonal patterns is just a little complicated. So instead, we're going to go directly from here and we're going to run a road all the way down the center of the island. Directly down the center, we're going to run a massive road. It's basically going to be like Route 68 or whatever in Ohio. Boop. Then from that road on either side is going to be farm, 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 and some more farm. Lots of farm. So much farm, it's going to make our eyes bleed. All right, we're going to have a lot of farm. Now, it's not going to just be massive fields of crops like we're doing with the experiment. There is going to be some massive fields of crops, but we're going to make it feel like a legitimate farm. So it's going to hopefully be massive fields of crops segmented off to really create what real life farms look like, which are big fields segmented off with lots of space between them. And that space will be filled with barns and coops and anything else that we can come up with to decorate around the fields of crops. So while I'm going to be having some mega farms on this island, I am going to still be mixing in some regular life. Like there's got to be a farmhouse. That's where my house will be. Maybe one of the other villagers will be the other farmhouse. There's got to be pastures for the cows to graze. I think Tipper is going to be the pasture. I'm going to put a house and create a big pasture in front of it. And it's going to be Tipper. Tipper's going to be kind of the cow, the pasture. Then we're going to want barns. We're going to want, big fenced off areas where our animals can graze. We're going to have, all sorts of that. So like I'm going for like real farm vibes, really Ohio. Big, massive fields of crops with legitimate, barns, farmhouses, maybe even other types of farms, right? Like we could have a tree farm. And one of the acres could be dedicated to farming pine trees for Christmas. If you think about it, think about the last time you drove through the country, you see all sorts of different types of farms. From wheat to soybean to trees to alpacas to cows. You see all, and I want to capture that. As you go down the road, I want you to see different types of farms, not just crops and road. I want it to feel like Ohio farmlands from what I grew up driving to Worcester and stuff like that. So this is the vision that I've had, and I've been actually cooking this vision for a while. I even wrote some ideas down. That's how deep I'm getting into this. I haven't done a good decoration theme in a while. I haven't done a lot of decorating in a while, and the community has complimented my decorations in the past. I'll never forget when I got a comment from somebody who said, "I wish you did more of this because you're so good at it." And while I don't always have the heart and the creativity available, the creative energy to do this kind of stuff, when I am inspired, I want to go in on it. I want to have fun with it. So that's the goal, and we'll see if we can pull it together. We'll see if we can shape this into something really cool. And it's going to take a while, This is probably my project for the rest of the year in this game, while we do some other, retro crossing stuff, Animal Crossing. I actually have a couple ideas for ACNH content. So if we need a break from designing this island, we could go do some of the other ideas I have. Obviously, I don't want to talk too much about them, but just some fun stuff, more decoration style content. So, but yeah, that's the plans here. So right now, we're just going to continue trying to fill up this area with crops because we're trying to do some experimenting. And then as we progress our experiment, we need to start farming up Nook Miles so we can buy the terraforming tools. So that's our goals. Current goals: buy the terraforming tools, which we could probably already purchase them. 30,000 Nook Miles, right? Continue sciencing while we start terraforming, right? So, no, I haven't gone back to try in a while. Yeah, the last time I tried with Sims 4 was quite a while ago. I have some ideas on how to make it work, but I haven't tried in a while, no. But I will. I'll go back to it and try again. I will. so we get to do a lot of planting. Go ahead and get our farm going. It's just like we're playing Stardew Valley, but different. Yeah, DDV announcement happening here soon. We can run a poll. Does a moderator want a poll and see if anybody's interested in watching the DDV announcements? Excited for pine cones and acorns from trees? Yeah, September's here, yeah. Doesn't that happen right at the start of September? I can't remember. I haven't even bought the tool wheel yet. I need to do that. Bam, bam, bam. Yo, what's up, Brett? If you can't get Sims 4 to work, maybe consider Sims 2. Yeah, sure, right? I mean, that's a good backup plan. Yeah, if I for some reason can't get Sims 4 to work, then what I'll do is I'll make up for it by doing an older Sims game. Sure. Honestly, that's a really good suggestion. Sure. This way we're still doing something, because I do owe the community a little Sims 4. But I haven't tried. I think I can get it working. I think I can figure it out. I'm pretty tech savvy. I just have to sit down and try again. So it starts at noon then? All right. I don't mind. We can watch the DDV stuff. I'm somewhat interested, you know. Y'all know I enjoy the game, so I'm definitely somewhat interested overall. I was just curious if how many people here were interested, you know. Disney Dreamlight Valley is a strange one, because it's hard to tell, it's hard to gauge the interest of the DDV community. I think it might be because the DDV community is kind of quieter. They're kind of a more quiet and content audience that just plays their game and doesn't really care too much about clamoring about it and talking about it all the time. Like, does that make sense? I think that's why I feel that way. Sometimes I'm like not sure about that game because it feels like DDVers are very quiet. They just play it quietly. Like they're not, it's just like it's almost like, I don't know. Something about the DDV audience is just very content. They don't really care if other people are playing their game. They just enjoy their game. Yeah, I don't know. The theme of the DLC looks to potentially be Wish Blossom Ranch. I play it on and off in between games. Yeah, something about it. Like I said, I only bring that up because that's the only reason I even ran a poll in general. Because I'm like, sometimes I really don't know with that game. I can't tell if people want me to play it more or less. And when I say people, I'm talking about like the general people. Obviously, I know that there's a pretty core amount of people here that found me through DDV or that love when I play DDV. I know you're out there. Believe me, I have my ear to the ground. I know y'all are out there. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to tell. It's like, it's one of those games that I can't always trust my instincts on. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, as a creator, you have to follow your instincts pretty often, but it's hard to follow my instincts on DDV. It's like, I'm never sure how people feel about that game. I'm like, I don't know what I should do with that game. What a baby's gotta do. Exactly. We're all embarrassed by how much we spent on the game, so we keep quieter, at least for me. Yeah, it's like something makes the DDV community quieter. I'm not sure what it is, man. And it's like, you can see it. It's reflective through the content as well. Right? Like, I think there's I think DDV creators can feel it, the quietness as well around the game. It's like, it's just some video games aren't designed around content. And it's designed around gamers. And I think DDV is one of those games where it's like, there's a ton of gamers out there that love DDV, but that doesn't mean there's a ton of creators or viewers or people who want to watch it. But there's a ton of people who love playing the game. They're all over. They're secret. They're hidden. They're all over the nooks and crannies of the internet. But like, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of people who like want to create content around it or want to watch the content being made around it. It's something about that game is just different, you know? It's just different. So every game as a creator has a different aura, a different energy, you know? And you notice that stuff really quick as a creator. You're like, oh, this game is just one that's going to be quieter. This game is going to be one that people are just not as interested in watching, you know? And that's okay. You know, doesn't mean that I don't want to play it. You know, that's like, as a creator, you have to make decisions. Like, sometimes you play a game for you. Sometimes you play a game for your audience. Sometimes you play a game to grow. But they don't always cross-pollinate. Those reasons don't always cross-pollinate. Right? Sometimes you play a game for one of those reasons. Sometimes you get lucky, you play them for all. Whereas DDV feels like the kind of game that you play because you want to. As a creator, like, you just play it because you want to, or you play it because your audience wants it. Yeah, exactly, Pratt. I think that's a part of it. Now, I haven't said that because that was kind of the elephant in the room. But I was thinking about opening up that can of worms a little bit. And like, yeah, I think you're right. So I'm happy you said it. Because like, yeah, like, you're right. I think because they made a couple weird decisions in the past, I think it made the community a little quieter. And now the community is quieter than it's because of that. Like, unfortunately, there was a little bit of that, yeah, in the past, right? Yeah, I agree. I think that's a part of it. Maybe not the whole thing, but I'm a can opener. Happy to spill the hot tea. Yeah, I think that's a part of it for sure. Like, they lost a lot of good grace when the game didn't go free to play, when they said it would go free to play. Unfortunately, that was a huge negative impact on the community of the game. And it wasn't even that the game wasn't free to play, it was that they said it would be free to play and it wasn't. Right? It's not even about the fact that it wasn't free to play, it's the fact that they said they would do one thing. I think a lot of people were like, screw you after that. Which is like so unfortunate because the game is good. That was my workout of the day. Nice getting that workout in. How was your day off? Pretty good. Very degenerate, but I also managed to get some work done. My day was spent, I watched the movie The Fifth Element. I watched a couple YouTube videos. I played World of Warcraft. I did dishes. I cleaned a little bit. I cooked myself the dopest chicken omelet that I've ever eaten in my life. What else did I do? I played a bunch of TCG Pocket, and I got to Great Ball Rank 2 with my Pika Rush deck, which is surprisingly a really good deck, despite like most of the cards are like old and out of meta, but I'm pretty good at deck building. Oh, speaking of, I think I have a trade here that I need to finish. Nice. Um, Never thought about a chicken omelet. Yeah, me either, until I tried it yesterday. Straight up. I had all this chicken left from my rotisserie chicken that I made.
Good morning, everyone. Hope all is well.
And I made myself a chicken omelet with it, and it turned out phenomenal. It was chicken, bell peppers, and onions. Let me tell you, dude. Ooh wee, man. Yo, cool Stardew, man. Thank you very much for the 200 biddies. How are you today? Okay, man. That's the only thing that stopped me from getting it, especially since I wasn't fully sold on DDV in the first place. Yeah, they kind of gave themselves a little bit of negative press, huh? Oh well. The gaming industry is getting less forgiving. Has anybody noticed that? The gaming industry is getting less and less forgiving. And they're less and less likely to forget something that you did to them. We are becoming such a jaded group of people, and we're less and less interested in forgiving you if you make a mistake as a developer and as a company. And I like DDV's like honestly probably a pretty good example of that. Whereas like obviously it's Disney, it's Gameloft, it's Disney, it's gonna do well no matter what. Sorry, I got a trade I was accepting. It's gonna do well no matter what because it's Disney, but they definitely hurt themselves in the long run because people don't forget. People don't forget nowadays, man. We stop forgetting. Yo, what's up, fancy mom? As I work on the phones all day, I cannot hear you as the volume is muted, but I'm still love watching you. Aw, people watch me on mute. That's how dope we are here. Dude, that's what a compliment, man.
I have loved being a part of this community.
Oh, thank you, M, for 10 months. Dude, what a compliment. Yo, the Hylian Descent show where you can watch me on mute and still enjoy the broadcast. Dude, what a compliment. What a comment, dude. Holy heck, man. Sometimes I just need to let myself appreciate that I put on one good fucking show, dude. Anyways, back to being humble. What's up, Pete? How you doing today, dude? Good to see you. What's up, man? Welcome in, Pete. Back to being humble. I just needed a moment, all right? I just needed a moment real quick, okay? There's so many other options now, so if you do a player wrong, they can just go elsewhere. Yeah, man. Gamers are... We don't let go anymore. We don't forget. Oh, thank you, Candy Boo. I appreciate that. Bam, bam, bam. I was doing the opposite with VODs all weekend. Too dizzy to open my eyes, but listened. Oh, I hope you're feeling better now. Good to see you, Jordan. Thanks for the trade offer. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries, Flow Done. If I'm helping out you with something on your list, I don't necessarily need you to send me something back from mine. I really appreciate it though. Thank you. I'm trying to get I need a bunch of full arts from the last set. The last set, I was really lucky with 2 stars and rare cards, but I was really unlucky with full arts. So I'm missing a ton to finish the set off. And if you finish those full art sets, you get hourglasses. So I'm like, I'm trying. Nice. I just got a Typhlosion. Thanks. Bam. I'm at 157 out of 161. I've almost finished the set. Keep the trades coming. Thanks, Chaos Queen. Good effing show right here. I don't know why I've cursed twice today. I rarely curse during my broadcast just because I like to keep things professional, but today's just one of those days, I guess. I'm in a good mood and everything, you know. I don't know why. Maybe the better my mood gets, the more of a sailor I turn into. Maybe that's what it is. The more excited I get, the more passionate I am, the more likely I am to just start dropping F-bombs. Sick. I have one more card that you need. Send it my way. Trade me up. I've been out here hunting my friends list. A bunch of people on my friends list don't have a wish list set up. So if you have a wish list set up in Pokemon TCG Pocket, you are my favorite, because then it helps me better know, like, to initiate trades with you. Because it's so hard to initiate a trade without a wish list, because it's like, just drop them makes me feel like I'm a teenager. No, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm not afraid of being myself or cursing or anything, but yeah, I just like to provide a more professional. The truth, I have 2 reasons why I don't curse. If anybody's ever been curious, I don't get asked the question too often, but because I think people get it. But the 2 reasons are, 1, because during my years of being a manager, I learned just how much people really do look at words and how much impact they have. Like, it was just strange. Like, you just realize, like, the word professional really does, like, there is something with that. Like, for some reason, dropping an F-bomb does make you seem less professional. Now, do you care about that? Probably not. You know, who cares? You know, not every stream needs to be professional. But through management, I learned really quick, like, whether or not you want to hear this, if you're always constantly cursing, you're going to come off less professional. There's some people who look down on that, and I'd rather just not have that stigma put on me, and all I have to do is change up a couple words. The second reason why I run the show the way I do is because, if you don't know, I'm actually a word nerd. I'm a little bit of a wordsmith, and I love words. I'm a poet. I love poetry. I love the art of rhyming. And I find that there's always a more interesting word to use than a curse word in most scenarios. Now, a lot of times I just default with frick because frick is just such a funny word to me. And it's from another creator I watched, so you'll hear me say frick a lot. Which at that point, I might as well be saying the F-bomb, but like, whatever. It's just like funny to me. But I find that it's always more fun to search my brain for a word instead of dropping an F-bomb. Or just a phrase or a whole sentence. I like to describe my feelings in 7 words instead of 1. Because I'm just a wordy guy. I just talk way too much and think way too hard about everything. I'm just a wordy guy. So like every opportunity I have to drop an F-bomb, I could just drop a full sentence and it'll better express how I feel. And it'll explain why I feel that way. So it's like, that's it. It's just like, I'm a wordy individual. I like mixing up my vocabulary. I like expressing myself in different ways. So that's the 2 reasons. But you better believe that the professional thing is a big part of it. Because when I get off of stream, I get a lot lazier and I drop a lot more F-bombs. When I'm off stream, I'm like, ooh-wee, I'm way too lazy to be thinking too hard about this. Right? So like, that's kind of why. If you've ever wondered why I don't curse a ton. Also, there's actually a third reason that I didn't think about until just now. All right? Because then when I do curse, it's super powerful. If I drop any of the like top 5 curse words on Twitch, while I'm streaming, it's always like a record scratch moment. Whoa, bro must be serious. And whether I'm using it for a punchline of a joke or I'm using it to get a point across, it works so perfectly for however I want to use it. Whether, again, I want to make a really stern point, or if I really want to make an impact on what I'm saying, or if I really want a word to feel powerful, like a phrase, a conversation, something, you know? So it's cool because there's like a lot of power behind not cursing as a creator, because then when you do, it's like, whoa, people listen to what you're saying. It's interesting how our brains do that. It's like, whoa, wait a second, what did Hylian just say? I better go back and catch that. And it's like, yeah. Now you're listening, huh? One thing I notice is that you never curse at someone. That's actually one of our channel rules. And I do that on purpose. Thank you for saying that, because that's one of our channel rules. We have very small rules in this community. Rule number 1, be excellent to one another. Take care of each other, please. No discrimination of any kind. Don't pull the colored rug from under people's feet. Don't call them out on things that they would prefer to not be called out on. Put yourself in their shoes. Secondly, there's a difference between saying OF and FU. No aggressive commentary like that. Don't get aggressive in my chat. The last rule is nothing over sexual. An innuendo here and there is fine. South Park joke here and there is funny. But don't start talking about your balls in my chat or something. Like, that's probably the fastest way to get booted out of here. Because nobody wants that, dude. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be around that. Don't do that. Don't be weird, man. Nobody wants that. Nobody's here for that. We're not on Twitch for that. If you're on Twitch for that, you're in the wrong category. You need to go to the hot tub category. Because we're not here for that. Right? That's literally it. Those are the only rules for my channel. Right? No, nothing over sexual, no aggressive cursing towards somebody else. But you can be yourself, right? You can be yourself. I want you all to be yourself. I'll be the one that stays professional, and then the chat can just wild out. Isn't that such a cool dynamic, though? You have to admit, we've created a really cool dynamic here. Chat can be themselves. Y'all can wild out. Y'all can be yourself within the small amount of rules. Meanwhile, I'll be the one that's professional. I'll be the one that's a little bit more hinged versus the unhinged. And then, you can stop by for an Adult Swim stream, as Exhaustion said, if you want a little bit of late night unhinged Hylian. Come on by after 5 p.m. I turn into a pumpkin, and you can get a little bit of unhinged Hylian, But I'll do my best to stay hinged. Y'all can be unhinged, like a cool teacher. Sure, yeah, Now, we all know, I can say this, but we all know I have a smug grin on my face right now. Because we know that it don't matter what time of day it is. Sometimes I do get a little unhinged myself. And you want to know the truth is because that's who I am in my heart. And I'm never going to stop myself from being myself. If there's one thing I learned about Twitch and about content, is the last thing that you all want is me being a fake version of me. And that is why my show is so dynamically interesting, because while I can say everything I just said, every once in a while, even I get a little unhinged. And it's just funny, and we're having a good time, and that's because I try to stay true to myself. I try to stay true to myself over everything else. No matter what. And sometimes I'm in a goofy mood, I'm a goofball, I'm a goober. It's whatever. But it creates a strange dynamic. My show is, I got one of the most unique shows on the planet. But you want to know, a good note to wrap this up on is a positive note. You want to know why my show is unique? Because I let out my unique voice. And that you all have that same voice. So if you're ever somebody who's interested in creating content, if you're ever somebody who's interested in creating art, you just need to know that the further you tap into your unique voice and energy that we all can have, we all have it. You think you don't, you might be thinking you're not different, but you are. And if you learn how to tap into your unique individual energy, and that's what you put out into the world, no matter what, you're going to create something that is unmatchable by anybody else. If that wasn't a Monday morning show mic drop, I don't know what is. That's what it's about, man. And so it's funny because I can talk about my show being cool all I want, but at the end of the day, really my show is just me. It's just a reflection of who I am at my core. And through that, I managed to create really cool and unique experiences by just being myself, man. By not just being myself, but focusing on my inner unique voice. And then I express that into the world, and people like it. People dig it. And I think that that's the most important thing, no matter what. No matter what. So if you're a creator, if you're somebody who wants to create content, please focus on your unique voice first. That's the thing you should be working on putting out into the world. That's what people want, I promise. Do we know where I can watch this DDV thing? I'm sure they're on Twitch, right? Are we going to watch it on Twitch? Let me see. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Let's just see if it shows up. I see it right here. Trailer premiere. Premieres in 60 seconds. All right, we're going to have to refresh the page. All right, let's do a tradition here. Let's read the chat. I'm going to put a smile in the chat. Let's read the chat and see what people are saying, but it's not a Nintendo Direct. All right, let's see. Okay, here it goes. Let's see what people are saying. They're saying, Snow White, please, let's go. 60 seconds. How about Robin Hood? I hope it's Prince Philip or Cinderella. It's so wholesome. Drum roll. I gotta go brush my teeth. Enjoy, everybody. Let the countdown begin. Gameloft gonna have me broke with this update. So worth it. Winnie the Pooh or Tinkerbell. 60 seconds. I'm waiting is the hardest part. Now this is a happy Wednesday. I would love Snow White. 1 minute. Like, look, this is so wholesome. And then you got Nintendo Directs that are literally little children screaming. This is so wholesome, dude. This is amazing. I love all of you. Yo, Dual Master D said, let's go Silk Song. Get out. That's it, dude. Don't at me with your Silk Song garbage. Funny guy. All right, we'll begin shortly. Longest minute ever. Is it going? Is it started? Refresh, dude. Okay, video started. Here we go. All right, 2 minutes left. We can go. We can chill out to AC music for a little longer. So, somebody had to ruin it. Snow White looks hot. Okay, dude. I mean, sure. I guess she might. I guess I shouldn't judge. I did tell Tangy that I wanted to marry her once. So I guess really, I'm never allowed to talk smack about anybody loving waifus because I fell in love with an orange cat. I thought you'd enjoy that one. Honestly, that was a choice. That was honestly choice, Dual Master D. That was good. I'm very proud of you. Yo, Red Museum, and your time zone, it's your birthday? What? Your birthday love in the chat.
Lurker quickly to say it's past midnight in my time zone now, so it's my birthday. Wanted to share some birthday blessings before bed for me and give something small back to the best shows on Twitch. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, we got a DDV presentation. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this together. Last time they paid me to watch this. I guess I'll throw them a bone this time. Yo, happy birthday, Red Museum, homie. Thank you so much for being here. And we don't have time to wish you a happy birthday, but happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Red Museum. Happy birthday to you. There you go. I never sang birthday to anybody before.
Very special reveal. I'm excited to introduce
Seriously,
our brand
first
new
time.
expansion, which will be galloping to you this November. New
Galloping?
villagers, a new
ROSCOE?
world to explore, and a game-changing feature will arrive to Disney Dreaming Valley very soon. Here's the reveal trailer for our next expansion.
Welcome to Wish Blossom Ranch,
I don't even know what that is.
your homestead in the heart of a vibrant alpine paradise, where horses roam free.
Horse girls are
Befriend
going
and
nuts
take
right
care of your
now.
horses.
Horse girls are freaking out. They are probably
And
burning
build the
dumpsters.
ranch of your dreams.
Buildings are being ripped down from the seams.
Alongside your new friends. A new adventure is waiting for you in Wish Blossom Ranch. Saddle up.
Hell no.
Disney
They got
Dreamlight
mounts?
Valley Wish Blossom Ranch
No
launches
way.
this November.
They added mounts in the game? Shut
That's
up.
right. Rideable mounts are coming to Disney Dreaming
Isabel
Valley. Along
cosplay?
with this, we're excited to bring the original Disney princess, Snow White from Disney's Snow White, to the valley along with Tinkerbell from Disney's Peter Pan. Together, you'll explore the alpine paradise of Wish Blossom Mountains and rebuild the Wish Blossom Ranch into the perfect home for your new horse friends. Along with your own customizable horse, you'll also get to befriend and ride the tempestuous Maximus from Disney's Tangled.
No, I want to
There's
ride
still so much
Pegasus.
more to Wish Blossom Ranch, and we can't wait to
Give
share
me
it with you all
Pegasus.
in our 2025 Disney Dreaming Valley Showcase stream, which will take place on October 15th. So mark your calendars and stay tuned to our social channels for more details. Thanks so much for joining us, and see you in the valley.
Yo, Disney. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Game Loft, you watching? Send me an email, baby. October 15th. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, that was it. So the real announcement's gonna be. So the real announcement's October 15th. So this was an announcement of an announcement. Is that what just happened? So we got an announcement for an announcement. Announcementception. For some reason, I thought that was going to be a lot longer. Thank you again, Red Museum. I appreciate you. Cool. Such a tease. There was a lot going on in that little announcement. You're right about that. Yeah. So mounts, which I'm imagining it's only going to be for that specific location. So then you have to ask yourself, then how big is the next expansion's location? Because it's got to be big enough to have a reason to ride a horse. So this might be the biggest zone they've ever released in theory-wise, right? Like, is that fair to say? Like, this has got to be the biggest zone they probably ever released if they're going to be giving us horses to ride. Like, I'm assuming that was all DLC stuff we just saw. Still want an AC announcement? Yeah, you and me both. I think Animal Crossing is very likely sooner than later. You all know I feel that way. That's why the beat 'em ups thing was so tough. Was a tough pill to swallow. Because like I think it's sooner than later. I think Animal Crossing's actually going to happen sooner than later. I think there's not a doubt in my mind that it's sooner than later. I think they already got Mario Kart. I think Animal Crossing is probably going to be the next major game that gets announced. I think we're going to get an Animal Crossing announcement before we get Mario Odyssey 2. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I think we're going to know about the next Animal Crossing game before we know about the next 3D Mario. Now, that's a bold take because 3D Mario is like, feels like it's right around the corner. Everyone's like, it's got to be right around the corner. I'm sticking to my guns. Even with the 40th anniversary, yeah, that's why this is a bold take. Believe me, I know this is a super hot take, but this is just where I feel from my gut. I'm basing this off of nothing. Like, this is just my gut feeling right now. My gut feeling is that AC is going to be the mic drop game that gets announced before anything else. I think it's the mic drop game that, you know, earlier I was talking about we haven't gotten a mic drop in a while. Pretty much since Donkey Kong Bonanza was announced. I think the next AC is the next mic drop. And then after that is 3D Mario. That's my take. I think AC is the next mic drop. And then next year will be 3D Mario. But again, I do understand that this take is super weird because obviously Mario's the one that's cooking right now because that's the one we've been waiting for the longest. But I have some theories. I could keep talking if y'all want, but I just have some theories. Let me give you one example of a theory. They missed the bus of a new 3D Mario coming out around the Mario movie, and they don't want to miss the bus again. So the next 3D Mario is not going to release until the next next Mario movie. And that's 2027. So they're going to play their cards to their chest. And we're not going to get a brand new Mario game announced until we're closer to the actual second installment of the Mario movie. Because I have a feeling that they feel stupid about not lining up a 3D Mario for the Mario movie that first went out. So one of my personal little headcanons is that we don't see a new 3D Mario until closer to the next installment of the movie. And they can finally do what we all thought they were going to do with the first movie, which is coincide a movie with the game. Because it's still to this day, we all are, if you're at all like me, you can't help but think about how stupid it was that they released a Mario movie without a game. Now we got to Switch 2, no game. So it's like, what is going on with Mario? I'm telling you, they're waiting for the next movie. That's why we don't have a new Mario. They're waiting for the new movie. So while we wait, we get Animal Crossing. Sign me up. While we wait, we even potentially get a look at a new Zelda. I think that's what happens. That's just my little headcanon. My own little universe I've created in my brain. It's based off of nothing but facts. Or, sorry, the opposite of facts. It's my own little reality in here. Zero facts. Yeah, his birthday is Saturday his birthday is the 13th. So like I said, this is a super hot take. I could be wrong next week. They could show up next week with a direct that literally announces a new Mario. This take is super hot. It's super, super hot. It's a very bold take. I don't even believe everything coming out of my mouth myself, but I just have a hunch. And sometimes you want to follow your hunches in life. I just have this hunch in the pit of my stomach that we see Animal Crossing before we see 3D Mario. And then I just have a couple things that support that. I also obviously am just very, very wishful thinking, as Ennio Base said. I just really, really want a new Animal Crossing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Hunch hype. Yeah. I just have a hunch, man. Hunchback at Notre Dame. Also, I'm expecting a new Luigi's Mansion over the next 2 years. I'm expecting a new Paper Mario over the next 2 years as well. I think we get a new Paper Mario, a new Luigi's Mansion within the next 2 years. I think we see a new Kirby within the next 3, a new Mario within the next 2, a new Zelda within the next 4, maybe 5. And we're talking 3D, brand new Zelda. I do, however, think we get a remake of a Zelda game before then, if not more than one. A port, a remake. I think that we also are going to get a Kirby port. We're going to get Kirby Roboto from 3DS. Calling it now. We're getting some Kirby 3DS games to hold us over for a new Kirby game. These are some of the predictions that I've started developing in my brain. A new Smash Brothers within 3 years. Nah, probably 4 years for Smash. But there will be a new Smash. I think it's going to be a series reset. In fact, I think the only direction they could go with Smash Brothers is a series reset. What else are they going to do with Smash Brothers? You have to reset the franchise. Right? You can't keep going. You can't release more characters, right? You think we get a little brighter of a Zelda game? I don't know what they're gonna do with Zelda. I'm not gonna lie, man. I could not predict the next Zelda game even if I wanted to. Because the only thing we know about it is that they have said they're gonna stick with the open air formula. Open air formula means the freedom approach of Breath of the Wild. That's all we know. All we know is it's gonna be open air. That's pretty much what they've confirmed, and they could change their mind, obviously, but all they've really confirmed is open air. So I don't know what they could do to progress the franchise. Like, how do you progress after Breath of the Wild? That is really tough. How do you do that? How do you do that? So you have to do something that none of us are expecting. You have to do something that none of us are even thinking about, because that's what Nintendo does with Zelda games. Nobody would have predicted Breath of the Wild. Nobody would have even predicted Tears of the Kingdom. So it's like, what happens next? No clue, man. I don't know. I think it could be lighter. I predicted Tears of the Kingdom. So when I say predicted, what I mean is I'm talking about the mechanics. But yeah. I should have made that more clear. Nobody would have predicted how Breath of the Wild was going to play after Skyward Sword. And then I feel like no one could have predicted how Tears of the Kingdom was going to play after Breath of the Wild with all the Zonai tech. So specific, yeah, just to be specific. So that's where it's like, where do they go from there? Like, how do they create an open air Zelda that doesn't feel like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? You obviously gut all the systems in the first game. You gut the shrine system. You have to gut the shrines, right? There's no way that you release a brand new 3D Zelda a decade later or whatever, and you just do the same shrine format. There's no way, dude. At that point, we're just playing Assassin's Creed. Like, Nintendo never does that. They never go back again. So it's like, I think shrines are gone. Shrines are out. Shrines are gone. So at that point, okay, you go back to traditional dungeons of some sort. All right, maybe you introduce some other way to incorporate challenges in the world. Maybe shrines go away, but instead side quests come back or something, right? Like how do they evolve from Breath of the Wild? How? I don't know the answer. It's insane to think about. It's like, how? You have to go in a completely different direction. You have to go in a completely different direction. You can't go vertical. You have to go horizontal. That's my take. You can't keep going vertical because vertical doesn't exist above those games. So you have to go horizontal. So what does that mean? You have to go in a direction that we're not thinking. You have to go over here. You have to go somewhere that we're not even looking at. Something that we can't even think of. The same way that we would have never thought about shrines before Breath of the Wild came out. We would have never thought of this concept of mini dungeons throughout the world. They thought of that. They created that, and then we were surprised by it. So it's like, what's next, right? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. But it's gonna have to be something different, unique, special, something to really just throw a curveball in everything we thought Zelda was. Right? Like, it's crazy. Like, maybe multiplayer's the direction they go next. Maybe we finally get the co-op split fiction, It Takes Two Zelda game that we've wanted, that we've never gotten our whole life. And that's the gimmick of the next Zelda game. The gimmick of the next Zelda game is a complete Zelda experience that's completely playable co-op or single player. And if it's single player, you control both characters and go back and forth like Eastward and how you solve puzzles in Eastward. Or you play it co-op, couch co-op, and you can literally play like basically It Takes Two split fiction levels of content with two different players. Maybe like that is like the direction, right? Like they go towards multiplayer. They go towards an experience we've never gotten from Zelda. Right? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of stuff we've never gotten. Yo, thank you, Ash Madash, for 12. How you doing today, Ash? Welcome in. Right, I'm just trying to think about stuff we've never gotten. Yeah, Zelda farming sim, right? Like, what if they go with a life simulation approach? So, like, what if the next Zelda game, you have to, like, rebuild Hyrule? And it plays similar to Breath of the Wild with new mechanics, new gameplay quirks. It plays similar to a traditional Zelda game when it comes to combat and puzzle solving, but everything that you're doing goes back to you building Hyrule, and you have to choose where houses get built. It's a simulation game. It's a management game. So they take management and they blend it into Zelda, and they create an action management game basically off the heels of Cult of the Lamb. So you play as Link and you go into the world and you go into the dungeons and you go into the puzzles and you do all this really cool action stuff, and then you come back home to Hyrule and you manage and you play Cult of the Lamb. You manage Hyrule, you feed your people, you build buildings, you build houses, you pursue quests that help the political system flesh out, you solve problems with corruption in the government. And you do all this really cool, kind of more story-driven, but lighthearted because it's Zelda stuff. But then on the other side, it's action, it's Zelda, it's everything we've come to know for years. What if instead of dungeons, listen to this, what if instead of dungeons, it's like Fantasy Life, and the dungeons are repeatable, and it's a roguelike. And instead of 5 dungeons, you have unlimited dungeons, and the dungeons are roguelike dungeons, and they repeat themselves over and over again. And you can go into you can go into 5, instead of 5 dungeons, there's 5 styles of dungeons. And you can go into the Shadow Temple, and it's 100 floors, and the floors are different every time. And as you progress the game, the dungeons change and get more challenging. And then instead of going to the Light Temple, being static, it's the Light Temple, but it's roguelike. And every time you go into it, it changes and shapes and around you, and you have new challenges and new bosses to fight. And instead of the Fire Temple, there's the Fire Roguelike Temple. And they bring back the art of dungeon diving that we all miss from Zelda, but dungeon diving done in a more modern way. That's roguelike, that's Fantasy Life, that's fast-paced, that's more interesting than just a static dungeon you do once. What if they evolve from doing a dungeon once to doing a dungeon 100 times, and every time you do it, it's different, special, different bosses, cooler bosses? Think about that. Maybe that's the future of Zelda, giving us bosses, giving us dungeons, but not taking away from the open air. Still giving us a whole world to explore, but also still giving us dungeons that we've wanted and we've cried about. Because we have. Crying's not a negative thing, but we've cried about it. A lot of us want dungeons back. And it's like, how do we get dungeons back? How do we have our cake and eat it too? How do the developers get to create an open air Zelda, but also give us the dungeons and the progression that we want? Roguelike dungeons. The answer's in front of us. Roguelike dungeons. Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life literally did everything I just said. You get dungeons, but you also get open air. So I don't know, man. It's just one idea. You need to stop, dude. I'm just saying, man. You got to admit it's a good idea. Like, I think a lot about this stuff, chat. Like that. It's just one of many ideas. Like, how do they change the face of Zelda? Because as Recyclops said, and here's the thing, and then I'll stop yapping about this. They can't top Breath of the Wild. They shouldn't even be trying to. Chat room, I've said this before. You can't top a masterpiece. You ever heard the term masterpiece? Doesn't not imply untoppable? Isn't that literally the whole concept of the word masterpiece? So you can't beat a masterpiece. You can't top a masterpiece. You have to go adjacent. You have to just try to create something so different and unique, because you can't top it. You're never going to be able to replace Breath of the Wild. It's not going to happen. Never. Do you speak French? No hablo español. Wait, hold on. No. But bonjour. That's about it. Bonjour. Congrats on ROSCOE. Thank you. I think this is why I think the next 3D Zelda will be years away. They have to come up with something that's new and open world that beats Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It's going to be hard. I think it's going to be a while as well. So how long did we wait for Breath of the Wild? 7-8 years. Almost 9 years, something like that. It was 7 years. Tears of the Kingdom was another 7 years. I think next is going to be about 7 years. I don't think we see a new 3D Zelda that's going to contend with like Breath of the Wild, so a brand new game, until 2028 the earliest. And if you think about it, Breath of the Wild came out in 2023, so I'm being generous because that's 5 years. And that's me being generous, right? But 2030 makes more sense. So it's going to be a while. Yeah, that's why Tears of the Kingdom was so special to me, Panda, because I knew in my heart that there's only going to be so many new Zelda releases while I'm a streamer creating content. And that's why I made a point to make Tears of the Kingdom one of the best things we've ever experienced on my channel. Because for me, there's a chance, like, how many more of those am I going to get to experience, you know? Only so many, man. Only so many. About 6 years between. So now, development's only getting longer nowadays, but Nintendo is said that they're going to work on getting development shorter. So I think what's happening with Nintendo is that they're going to spend maybe the same amount of time to make a new Zelda game, which is probably going to be about 6 to 7 years, but they're going to fill the gaps with remakes. And here we go again. Ocarina of Time, full blown out 3D remake, done in the engine of open air Zelda, completely reimagined for a modern audience. You might not agree with this. You might think that I am one copium huffing goon. But, oh, it's coming. And it will be mine. It will be mine. It's happening. It's happening. They're not going to port it because it's already been ported. I highly doubt they port the 3DS versions because it's already been ported. I highly doubt we get 3DS version ports. Now, that is a timeline, and it's my least favorite timeline. That they just port the 3DS version to the Switch, like they did with Luigi's Mansion 2. This, to me, is the worst timeline for Ocarina. For me, the best timeline is a full, blown out, from the ground up remake that absolutely changes how we look at Ocarina for the rest of history. A remake that is so heavy that it's gonna piss off original Ocarina of Time fans while creating new ones simultaneously. Talking a remake so detailed, such a reimagination, that original Ocarina of Time fans are actually gonna talk down on it. They're gonna say, nope, this isn't it. They're gonna say, nope, this isn't it, because they're gonna be so upset that it's so different. Meanwhile, I'm going to be sitting there enjoying every second of it. Then it's not a remake? No. It's a reimagining. So you see the difference? It's a reimagining. It's a remake. So a remake, a reimagining of something is where you take we're talking about Final Fantasy VII. Exactly. So just for conversation's sake, would you call the Final Fantasy VII remakes not remakes because they're just new games? No, we call them remakes, right? I'm not sure what you think, and you can have your own opinion, but that's a remake. That is a reimagining. They took Final Fantasy VII and they reimagined it for the modern audience. This is what I'm talking about. Taking the exact concept of Ocarina and reimagining it for a new audience. Where it's not going to play the same as Ocarina. Final Fantasy VII does not play the same as the original. But it's going to have original stories, original concept. It's going to be reimagined. It's like you take the concept of the game and you reimagine it. So it's not a new game. It is still technically a remake. Just think about it like that. Like, they do this with movies all the time. Right? Like, think about what's the Sanderson sisters? Do you watch those movies, those Halloween movies? Right? Didn't they make a sequel to that movie? That was basically just a reimagining of the first one. Hocus Pocus. Think about it like that. Hocus Pocus 2 was basically just Hocus Pocus 1, but reimagined. Now, I know it was a sequel. I get it. It was technically a sequel. It technically followed the story of the first. But if you really sit back and think about it, it was basically a reimagining of the original, as to make it appealing to the modern audience. That's what I want you to think when we say reimagining, when we say a remake. That's what we want you to think, right? That's the direction. It's just a similar vibe to that, whereas it still is really true to the original art and concept, but it's completely reimagined for a modern audience with modern game systems, modern controls. Like I said, open air Zelda. Imagine Ocarina of Time's world, but open air. If you're a Zelda fan, imagine Ocarina of Time, but open air. Imagine that same world, but you could climb the walls, you could explore everything, you could climb every mountain, go on top of every tree. Now, if you pause and think about it, your first thought, if you're a hardcore Ocarina of Time fan, is, wouldn't that break most of Ocarina? Because there's a bunch of stuff in that game where, like, you can't climb this wall because that would make it to where you could get into a dungeon earlier than you should have to. Exactly. You would have to completely remake the game. So in a lot of ways, it would still be set in Ocarina's world. It would still be set following the same story. It would have the same dungeons, but everything would have to be reimagined to fit a new style of Zelda, open world Zelda. So yeah, so like remakes and remasters and all that whole conversation gets super muddy, and it's super hard to like fully wrap your head around it. So I'm glad you said something, because like your first thought was super accurate, Danny. Right, like at that point you're just talking about a new Zelda game. I should have said this first because I don't want to come off dismissive. You're right. We are talking about a brand new game. Yes, you had the right idea. And I really should have said that first, because you're not wrong. We're talking about a brand new video game. But what makes it a remake or a reimagining is that it's still based off of the same story. It's still based off of the same universe, the same version of Hyrule with the same characters. So it would have the same plot line, similar, right? Like, opponent would still be in it. You would still have the Ocarina of Time. You would still get the Master Sword the same way you got it in the original, but it would all be reimagined, right? Like a redo, like a do-over. Yeah. So just to be clear, my original reaction to your comment was like, you're thinking about it the wrong way, but in all reality, you're actually thinking about it the right way, just maybe not as in depth as I was. Yeah, like that's all. Like that's what and we don't get many reimaginings out there. Think about it. Like there's not a ton of content that gets reimagined that way. That doesn't happen too often. Like Final Fantasy VII was one of the first true reimaginings we've ever gotten. We don't get those too often, right? Like not really. If you really think about it, can anybody else think of other games that got reimagined and fully remade from the ground up? Like Final Fantasy VII? Is there anything else that we could just to have more examples? And thank you, Danny, for the reassurance. I appreciate you. I know there's got to be a couple other ones out there. There's got to be a couple others out there that I'm not thinking of that have to exist. Oh, the Resident Evil games. That's good. The Resident Evil games. Yes. Yes. Resident Evil Remake 2 is a reimagining. Yes. Dude, you don't even have tank controls anymore. I think you have the option to turn them on. But think about how important the camera angles were to Resident Evil. I think those games don't even have the same camera angles. Right? So I think that's a really good example. I think the Resident Evil games were pretty close to reimaginings. Right? Pretty close. Maybe not exactly, but close. Yeah, exactly. What's your opinion on Pokemon ZA? That I'm really excited for it. Yeah, I'm real excited. I'm a big Pokemon nerd, and Legends of Arceus brought me back. Legends Arceus brought me back to Pokemon, so I'm excited for the next Legends game because hopefully it's just as good. Would you consider Let's Go a reimagining? Dude, here I was sitting here thinking to myself how much I would love if they reimagined Pallet Town. And they already did. Yeah, let's go. It's so funny that you said that because I was sitting here thinking, like, how amazing would it be to have, like, Pallet Town done in, like, Legends 3D? But technically, they kind of already did. I think that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were closer to reimaginings than they were remakes. But they were pretty borderline remakes. It's tough, right? I think they're a little bit more of a remake, but it's close. I think it's close because the game's completely different, man. Dude, those games don't play like anything. Dude, if you go back and play Pokemon Yellow after playing Let's Go Pokemon Pikachu and Eevee, you're literally not even playing the same game, right? Like, not even close. So, like, I think you're onto something with Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, because, like, those are very, very different. Can I put these flowers in my storage? No, I can't. Only the heads of them, huh? Why can't I use this item? Frick. All right, that's fine. I wish you could put flowers in your storage, dude. What the heck, man? Wind Waker HD would be a remaster, right? So so I can actually give you a quick, like, if you want like a super easy cheat way to like remember the difference. So a remaster usually only involves better resolution and better graphics. A remake usually involves an adjustment of content entirely. Resident Evil 2 remakes, right? It's new content. The game plays different. The button schemes are different. There's usually new content of some kind. Adjusted content. Maybe they took some stuff out, added some other stuff. Right? And then when I say reimagining, we're really talking about remakes. Just super extreme ones. In my mind, there's actually only two categories. There's remasters and remakes. And then I think you can take remakes and you can separate them into like reimaginings. So super from the ground up intense remakes. All the way down to stuff like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Technically a remake. It wasn't really a remaster. They had to rebuild the whole game. But it doesn't play the same as the original. There's some stuff that changed. better graphics. Right, a reimagining is just an extreme remake. So like, I've never really used the term reimagining separate from remake personally, but for this conversation, we kind of had to, because we had to express the difference between, for Ocarina, right? Where do reboots fit? So it just depends on the reboot, but I think, so it depends, right? Because like sometimes a reboot will be a reimagining of the original. So yeah, it's a little confusing, right? But then sometimes a reboot is just a completely new game and they're just trying again. Right? Would you consider Luigi's Mansion 2 was more of a remaster than a port? Yes. Luigi's Mansion 2 was a remaster in my opinion, because they remastered the game and made it better on Switch. I think if it was a port, I think ports are exclusively a term that's used for when it doesn't get graphical updates. So you want an example of a port, and this is kind of stupid, but I'm going to say it. This right here is a port. The version of Wind Waker that they put on the Switch too, port. Everything inside of the Nintendo Classics are all ports. None of them have ever been doctored up enough to be anything but a port. It's literally just them transporting the game from one console to another. They didn't do anything with it. From there, you have the next tier, which is remaster, Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD. Then from there, you have Super Mario RPG Remake. That game was a remake, right? It had different content, new music. I think that was a remake. Whereas like Thousand Year Door, remaster. Thousand Year Door was just a really, really high quality remaster. So it's like, yeah, it's muddy, dude. And again, this is how I look at the words. And then somebody else could come in here and they could completely change how they look at the words. They could have a completely different definition. It's one of the problems with these words in the gaming industry is they're so messy, right? It's like, we all can just create our own definitions. So it's tough, man. It's a muddy conversation. We could probably talk for another 30 minutes about it. Yo, thank you, Strawberry Grass. Yeah, exactly, Daza. Right. So, like, just to kind of go back to wrap up the conversation nicely with a little bow, if they were to just port the 3DS games of Ocarina to the Switch, that would be bad. If they were to remaster the 3DS games and put them on the Switch, that would basically be Luigi's Mansion 2, and I would just like to, it would be nice to be able to play them on a modern console. But what I really want is for them to remake Ocarina of Time and give us a new experience for the modern era. And you know, the only reason I really want this is because I feel like Ocarina is slowly but surely falling from its greatness. Because I feel like not enough people have played Ocarina of Time. Not enough people have played Ocarina, man. Like, we're at a point now where there's a whole generation of Zelda fans that have never touched Ocarina. And it's because Ocarina is so hard to play on the 64. So, and now the 3DS is also technically inaccessible as well. So I would just love to see Ocarina get a remake and it to appeal to like Breath of the Wild fans. Like, it would be so cool to see Ocarina of Time, but like almost designed with Breath of the Wild fans in mind. Like, yeah, like good, like cater to them a little bit while giving me, an OG fan, something new and tasty to enjoy. I would be okay with that. Like, yeah, cater to them. Make a game that's really approachable by an open air Zelda fan. While for me, you're just giving me a new experience, because I can always go back and play the old one. I don't care. I love it. Give me something new though. Like, yeah, dude, like I like that, right? So for me, like either way, I win. And then also I get to continue being passionate about Zelda and sharing my passions with people. And, you know, the more people that experience the things you're passionate about, the better it is overall, because it's more exciting. It's more fun. It's more lively, That's what makes sharing video games so much fun, because you're sharing the things you love with people, right? Animal Crossing GameCube on the Switch? Yeah, Animal Crossing GameCube for the Switch would be nice, no matter how they did it. Deep in my heart, I want them to remake that game, though. I'm not gonna lie. I would freak out if they did a remake. And keep in mind, we just had this whole conversation about these words. A remake of Animal Crossing GameCube would be insane. Like, essentially, like, to give you a rough idea, just imagine New Horizons engine, but Animal Crossing GameCube's play style. Yeah, dude. Like, that would be so sick, dude. Man, that would go so insano style, dude. That would be so nuts, man. I'd take the same for Wild World, and I'd take the same for City Folk as well. All three of those deserve glow-ups. All three of those. And then New Leaf just needs to be ported / remastered. All they have to do with New Leaf is remaster it, put it on the Switch, and just figure out what to do with the touchscreen mechanics. Because there wasn't many of them. It's not like the touchscreen really mattered on the 3DS. Right? If you think about it, what did you even use the touchscreen for in New Leaf? Like nothing. So there's like no excuse why New Leaf hasn't been ported to the Switch. They can just gut it all. Like, who cares? We don't need a second screen. It doesn't matter. Just give us a button to open up the map. Yeah, it's like really nothing. And we have the mouse controls if they really got to keep some of those systems in place. You use the mouse. It's like, I don't know, man. I feel like we've been saying this for like 4 years now. If New Leaf doesn't ever make it to the Switch, I'm going to be very, very surprised. I'm going to be so surprised if we don't see New Leaf on the Switch one day. That will be a very surprising thing for me. I felt the same way about... I felt the exact same way about Pocket Camp. And I'm still so confused that Pocket Camp isn't on the Switch. It's a weird one. Dude. Holy heck, man. Stranger Things made Metallica have a reassurance. All the fake fans were mad because all the new fans aren't real fans. Yeah, that kind of gatekeeping can be tough to keep up with, right? It's one thing to have an opinion about something modern. It's another thing to gatekeep, yeah. Yeah, where's Twilight Princess at? Right, where's Wind Waker at, man? What's going on, dude? Let's go, Nintendo. Figure it out. Well, technically we have Wind Waker, so I guess I can't complain. It's gonna be AC's 25th anniversary. That's next year, right? In April? Yeah. Right? 25 years of Animal Crossing next year, I think. Yeah, we have the worst version of it. Which, to be fair, I think that the original Wind Waker deserves the love that it should receive, you know, like... But it is the worst version, yeah. Yeah, Roscoe made it. Sorry, sister, honey. Roscoe made it home this morning 2 measly hours into the stream. Roscoe just showed up while we were talking about Pokemon stuff. There I was, sitting there talking about Pokemon. And Roscoe just walks his dark horse self up. Like I haven't been hunting for him for 227 tickets. I was very shocked. I was very, very shocked. Sorry, Chaos Queen, I don't have anything to give you back that off your wish list. Sorry, man. Dude, I gotta stop using my trade hourglasses. I just used 23 of them. I'm down to only like 70 now. What rank did that put him in? Oh, as far as my longest hunts, Roscoe was just about as long as Blanche, a little less long as Blanche. So if I had to put all of my villager hunts out, we have Ione as my longest hunt at 1,600 plus tickets. Right behind her, I believe, is Genji. After that, no, Lucky, sorry. It goes Ione, Lucky, Genji, top 3. Ribot, Blanche, top 5. Blanche from this hunt. And then Roscoe would be under that. Roscoe was right around number 6 for my longest hunts ever. Everything else was under 100, about 100, about under 200. Every other hunt we've ever did is right around under 200. We've done a lot of hunts, but they've all wrapped up relatively quick. Yeah, Roscoe came home, dude. Who knew Roscoe was a Pokemon fan? I know, dude. Holy heck. Look at him. There he is. Is he gonna sing for us? It looks like he's gonna sing, dude. Let's wait and see if he sings a song. What do you think? I think he'll start singing. Let's see. Come on, dude. Start singing, man. Open up. Like, he's so ready to sing. Oh, you know what? I just don't have the volume turned up enough. What, Roscoe? Wait, what is that, Roscoe? Whoa. Wait, Roscoe really is a Pokemon fan. No fucking way. Yo, get it, dude. Dude, whoa. Dang. Oh, wait, he's done. Man, that was dope though, right? Man. Oh, he's back at it again. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend. World we must defend. Gotta catch 'em all. Oh, Roscoe. No, it through us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Roscoe the horse. Yeah.
Every challenge along with courage I will face.
Crazy, dude. Dude, look, he's really getting into it. I didn't know he was a Pokemon fan. You and me. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Dude, nice, man. Well, confirmed here, dude. Roscoe's a Pokemon fan.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Oh, he's done. Dang, man. I don't know how he's providing a whole background band with just his voice, but Rozelle the beatboxer must scoot on over. That's crazy. Damn. He's just that good. Dude, holy heck, man. I don't know how he did that. Well, he's got another one for us. He's back. Oh, wait, nope, he got distracted. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, anyways, that's a wrap today, dude. I'm out of here. I'm gonna take it easy today. I'm gonna take an early broadcast today, chat. I'm tired. I'm getting out of here. I appreciate y'all coming out. I'll be back tomorrow. We got some long boys planned for this week, and we'll be getting into all sorts of stuff. But the villager hunt is done. We did it. The villager hunt is done, which means now when we come back to this game next Monday, we could start decorating and start doing science. We still want to do the science with the crops. We got lots of Animal Crossing content on the horizon, so don't be shy. The return of Wind Waker, or excuse me, Wild World is on the horizon. I said I want to still play that game this year, and this year is not over yet, even though we did miss a couple months there, the whole summer. Maybe we'll have to play again next year for some summer. I also want to get back to Deluxe Edition of Animal Crossing GameCube. I also got my modified Wii in the house, and we could start messing around with City Folk Deluxe as well, which will be pretty dope. On that note, we got plenty of content coming this week. I'm going to do my best to be here tomorrow. Well, I'm going to be here tomorrow, but I'm going to do my best to be here with all sorts of fun content this week. I think we're going to dive into some Grand Bazaar tomorrow, just to bring the consistency back in. Does that sound good, everybody? Grand Bazaar tomorrow morning. Maybe even a game switch in the afternoon. However, keep in mind, Kirby is right around the corner. I think I'm going to start Kirby as soon as tomorrow afternoon or Friday all day for Kirby. I haven't quite figured it out yet. So I want to do some Grand Bazaar tomorrow. I want to play Kirby no later than Friday all day. No later than Friday. So Kirby is coming this week. I told y'all we're going to sink our teeth into Kirby probably for the whole weekend. We'll see how we feel. All right, and we'll go from there. So just come on by tomorrow. Grand Bazaar in the morning is going to be where we start, and we'll figure it out. I want to play some Chibi Robo as well. So I'm a man of a million missions. I got a lot of stuff I want to do, but more importantly, I just want to go with the flow, and we'll see where the day takes us. I could end up spending all day tomorrow playing Grand Bazaar because the game is that good, and I love playing it, and I haven't played it since Sunday. So we'll see, all right? So just want to give you all an idea of what to expect. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for supporting me. It really means a lot to me. And I'm going to keep this little outro short, but I just want you all to know that thank you for supporting me. You know, as a creator, lots of stuff is going on in this space. And even just recently, Twitch has made some changes and they're starting to crack down on bots and stuff like that. And it's funny because a lot of the people around us are starting to show their true colors. And I'm not going to name names, but there's a couple individuals in the Animal Crossing community that have been caught with their pants down. And it's really funny to see, because if there's one thing that I can guarantee you is that you're supporting nothing but pure, homegrown broadcast right here. We ain't using view bots. We ain't ever once ever used embeds. So what you see is what you get here, baby. And it's just so powerful that so many of you come here to support me day in and day out. And I already knew all this stuff. But But recently, it's just been really hit home for me. Really hit home just how special this community is and how I've managed to build one of the best communities on this platform. Still reigning supreme as king of Animal Crossing here on Twitch. And that ain't ever gonna change, fam. So thank you for supporting me. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. I'm honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace. Thank you, everyone. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. No rage. We're out of here. We're fading. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Until next time, signing off, fam. Peace. Peace.